That's because I'm far away. I'm trying to get things set up. Okay, that should be everything. I just gotta throw my chair across the room. Blah. Hello, everybody. Go. We're back. Back for some more of this nonsense. Back to see if I've got enough Xandri dust. Oh, there's not much left in there. Welcome all to the stream. I need my phone for Twitch chats. My old phone. Oh no, what have I done? That's not what I want. There we go. No more pain than usual. Hope everyone's doing well today. I did see Wasted on briefly. Wait, I see him in a TeamSpeak.
Yep. Yep, you do.
How's
He even
going?
talks at you. Crazy, right?
What's happening today?
Things are happening today, Mr. Capac. Just checking I'm not broadcasting music at you, am I?
Unless you're playing Dark Tide and it is perfectly synced with mine, you are not playing music.
Perfect. Good to know.
But I am live, so don't say anything secret.
Okay, I will keep all the secrets for secret times.
Nice. Oh, I see a cape.
Yes. Yes. And I was thinking of messing around with some slap chop today, but unfortunately the only mini I've got to do some slap chop on is an Eldar, and that doesn't really fit.
Well, speaking of minis, I have left all mine in the other room. I knew I forgot something. I will be back in a sec.
The wasted sounds muddy. Yeah, probably does. Mic setup, etc. has been changed. Let's have a look. We are not EQ'd. We are not comped. We could be EQ'd. I feel like we're missing some up here, some sparkle. Could have some sparkle, and maybe a scoop in the mid, little scoop, and then some bass at the bottom end somewhere. Maybe bring it all up a tad.
Okay.
Nice little roll off.
Priming sticks retrieved. Some tiny little robots.
Now you hear Capac, but not wasted.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure that's true.
I can
I
hear
think you do
wasted.
hear me.
I sent you a sharing
Do the
chat
thing. Yes, yes.
Mini of the month. I don't know what's even going on with the mini of the month. The last one I got was the Striking Scorpion, which I just built last night, but that was a while ago. I don't know where we're up to. I could look it up, I suppose.
Hey, Deborah, how do today?
Miniature of the month.
Now I not just need to get around the fact that I have 7 years worth of muscle memory using the other mixer. And reaching for the mute button on it is not going to do anything.
This one is the an Eldari Fire Dragon. I kind of wish I'd got that one. Might have to check my local store, see if they still got any.
Still got any left? Yeah, Fire Dragon's pretty cool.
Got all my tiny basilisks primed up.
We're doing mini army today, are we? Well, does it make sense to continue?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll mostly stick to that for the moment. Because I've also got these fellas. Some Marauder Pathfinders, which are spotter planes for my basilisks.
If you thought the Go XLR was confusing, welcome to this rubbish.
Boy, that's dizzying me already, and I can only see it in a little thumbnail.
Please note this isn't just a routing table, guys. Please look at the bottom, how the different colored dots have different meanings. That's how come Capac is hearing me post-fader. So he gets my volume adjustments as well, and when I mute myself, I mute myself to everybody. And it only took a few hours to figure all that out. It was good.
Probably would have taken me days. Or weeks.
Months even. Who knows? But the point of this, Mike, is I can control it over the network or via a mobile phone, or even multiple people can control it at once, because it's not actually for this. This is me learning to use it. It's for the band, and the band can connect to it using their mobile phones and adjust their own monitor mixes themselves. So I give them an output from here and I say, hey, go to this page, all the volumes and stuff on there, that's yours. You adjust those, get your mix as you like it. And I can do so through, no, not Too Many Cooks, because there's a separate version of the application that only lets them get aux mixes and nothing else. And I don't want to cook for them. It's their monitor mix, for their in-ear headphones. I don't want to have one of the singers yelling across the room halfway through a song, oh, can you turn me up in my mix a bit? I can't hear myself. Guitar is too loud. got a super basic version of the software that just lets them fiddle at the stuff that they're supposed to fiddle with. And then there's a proper version of the software for me to use.
Sounds
That's
very
quite clever.
fancy. Right, priming plank. Go over there.
Priming plank.
Yeah.
Roger that. It is not part of the job, Mike. I strongly disagree.
Lit. There. I might spin to win. Right. Where to start? Need to get these base coats patched up with the last dregs of my Xandri dust.
Airbrush, go chugga chugga chugga. Thing in room, go psst.
Yeah, hairbrush would be useful for this step. So I'm gonna need some super glue. Oh, you'll never guess what I did last night, Wasted.
You played Space Marine 2.
Close. I played some Dark Tide.
New update.
Yes, the new update has added a horde mode. Where instead of traversing a level, you're in a smaller area where you're dealing with waves of enemies. But as you get through the waves, you also get unlocks in a sort of unlock tree that give you a boost to some of your abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Which was interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't sound that different to normal Dark Tide, does it? You just don't get to move.
But some of the perk things that you get in it were pretty cool. I was playing as my flamethrower psyker, and there's a bunch of like fire related ones, so I was setting extra people on fire and setting things on fire in a radius around me every few seconds.
That does sound fun.
Leave the bombers there to rest for a bit.
Small area Papa Palpatine for you.
see how much I can salvage. That's not too bad for a start. Is this guy going to be similar color scheme to your...
Probably
Wraith
should,
fellas?
yeah. Nice. Yeah, as I understand it, the Shack Man has ended up with an airbrush. I managed to twist him without too much difficulty.
Everyone's jumping on the airbrush bandwagon. I'm feeling left behind with my little USB one that seems to spend more time clogged than operational.
I wouldn't be surprised to find that the USB nature of that is always going to result in a bit of that side of things. Five volt is not many volts.
Yeah, you get what you pay for. I think I may have spent more on the... In fact, I definitely spent more on the smoke gun that I used for a cocktail than I spent on my airbrush.
Was it a good cocktail?
It was for a pan-galactic gargle blaster, so yes.
Well, it must have been, yes. Fantastic. A drink I've never had, but I heard Zaffold does recommend.
I believe it's described in the book as being something like wrapping a brick in a lemon wedge and being hit in the head with it.
Sounds about right.
Okay, I may need a way to mount these little fellas. They are too small.
Gas my airbrush. Whoops. Sorry.
Tyranid kill team. I think
That is word on the street.
Wasted and I had enough of Tyranid kill teams in Space Marine yesterday.
Yeah, they know what they're doing, them Tyrannid kill teams. I believe they just call them Tyrannids, though.
Every Tyranid is a kill team.
I think someone mentioned this before I joined it. It was just like, yeah, but if it's the Tyranids, wouldn't they just be like, and our Tyrannid kill team is remarkably similar to a Hive fleet? I know the Tyrannid's going to follow the rules. It's like, ooh, someone's invited us to dinner. He was singing. I'm sad I missed it.
I don't remember that, so I must have been having a good time, I suppose.
That is the accusation, that a good time was had. Ooh, I need to clean my top hat. Oh. It was bad wasted. Fuzz and stuff on it.
What?
I've got fuzz on my top hat.
It is unseemly for a gentleman to be seen in a unkempt top hat.
Indeed, indeed. Unacceptable. Do not own a fez. I'm happy to culturally appropriate as long as it's only from specific cultures. I'll be back in a second. If you send me a fez, I will burn it.
It's a bit extreme.
Unacceptable behavior. No fez. You're correct, this is a nice hat. It's not just any old hat either.
What? That's got kangaroo in it.
It does. Because it's made of roo leather and it's Australian.
Yeah.
Turns out roo leather's quite nice, actually.
I don't know if mine is kangaroo leather, but I also have an Australian-made top hat.
Ah, that's not the top hat. That's my bomber. It's a fairly, I would say, standard Australian-style hat.
Ah.
No, my top hat is a felt one. It's made in London, as it should be. No, actually, Fog, it's made out of kangaroo that have died naturally. I mean, it may still be a poor kangaroo, but we didn't have any involvement in it, at least.
There's no shortage of kangaroos. Let's just make that clear.
Capac sounding slightly offended that we spared the kangaroo.
Suffer not the kangaroo to live.
Do they preach much heresy, or?
And nothing but heresy.
I've always wanted to fist fight a kangaroo. I know I'd lose, but I want to say I've done it. On the bucket list.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a video of somebody.
I've seen a video of someone fist fighting a kangaroo.
I think there was a
Just
video
like on the
going
side of the
around
road.
like the kangaroo was attacking his dog or something, and he went up and just decked it.
He went up and just started laying into the thing, and then there was a brief punch up, and the man won. But come on, if you're gonna go, how did he die in a punch up with a kangaroo? Is strong.
You want to go out in a way that creates more questions than it does answers.
Well, I'd say punch up with a kangaroo is up there. Not the strongest, but decent. Maybe I got eaten by the snake in the background of my room. You don't know. Oh yeah, the dude in the video fist fighting the thing was smaller than the room he was fist fighting.
Maybe I should have left the ordnance off these wings where I painted it.
Bogans?
Are we still talking about a dangerous Australian wildlife?
Sounds like it. I've got to be honest with you, when I heard Bogans, my brain went to the wrong place and I was thinking of Bothans. And was quite confused as to what exactly they'd done to you specifically. As a species that doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, many of them died to bring us this information.
And you hold that against them?
Depends what the information was.
No, not bosuns. That's a different thing again. Although I will be honest, and I must apologise to any Bothans present, I don't know if it's Bothan or Bothan. I am yet to meet one.
I think Mon Mothma says it as Bothans in the
Bothan.
Jedi.
It has been a long time since I have watched any of the Star Wars movies, be them the good ones or the other ones. Perhaps too long. And we missed our opportunity this Christmas to dive in on the group watching of the Star Wars Christmas special.
Oh dear.
I feel like we should start a tradition there. Every year we watch the Star Wars Christmas special. I haven't seen it, by the way. I just am well aware of what it is.
It's difficult is what it is. I've never watched it in one sitting, I'll put it that way. In fact, I may not have seen all of it.
Thanks, chat. Appreciate you correcting my pronunciation in text form. That's very helpful.
And I did find the Christmas special before Disney Star Wars, so that was back when I was still interested.
Well, the real question then has to be better or worse.
That's a tough one.
Raise some complicated emotions.
Yep. Guppy, I do have a soft spot for Caravan of Courage, though. Which is sort of in a similar place to the holiday special, although a much better place, artistically speaking. I don't know if you'd be familiar with the Ewok movies.
I am not.
They're something of a rarity. They were two movies that were made post Return of the Jedi, like made for TV movies.
Okay.
They are... Well, okay. The first one is about a small family that crashes on Endor. The parents and a couple of kids, but they're separated, so it's just the kids on their own, and they befriend the Ewoks.
So what you're saying is this the prequel to Skeleton Crew?
To a certain extent. The kids were even younger than that, I think, though. And yeah, they almost get eaten a few times. But then, spoilers for a TV movie that came out in the mid-80s. In the second movie, the family, except for one of the kids, is all killed off in the introduction scene.
80s kids movies. Good stuff. Do the Ewoks eat them?
The children?
Yes.
No. The children and the Ewoks almost get eaten multiple times themselves.
I am not going to lie. My interest in watching the Disney Ewok movies is slim. Slim to none.
No, these aren't Disney. These are their own, whole own other thing.
Whether they're Disney or otherwise, my interest is still slim.
They're not great. There's a few interesting like creature designs.
I've probably fought some of them at some point in our blooming Star Wars role-playing game. I suspect.
It's possible.
Jack pulls from some very odd sources at times.
In the X-Wing novels, some of the Rogue Squadron pilots have it's like a running joke about an Ewok X-Wing pilot that gets leg extension so that he can operate the controls.
So poorly disguised dwarf jokes, then. Understood.
I mean, that's a legitimate problem that you'd run into in the Star Wars universe. You have all these different species with different physical body plans.
And then Incom designs exclusively for humans of normal style. Normal size, yes, indeed. Had they invented ergonomics in the 1980s, also known as a long time ago? That tracks, Guppy. Prior to that, we were just like, yeah, make it any old shape. They'll figure it out.
I don't know if holding these basilisks by their gun barrel is either a genius painting move or a disaster waiting to happen.
A mistake that hasn't happened yet. Yeah. No, it can't be truth, Hamish. I think prior to the invention of the ergonomics in 1960s, chairs frequently just had large lumps in random places. Just have to deal with it. Oh, nice blue.
But yeah, going back to Ewok abuse for a second. This is another way in which Disney ruined Star Wars. One of the first of Disney's new books that they claimed were all like in canon, but then they quickly went and contradicted themselves. A character in it talks about wanting to have an Ewok as a comfort animal.
Okay.
And I would say that wanting a sentient being as your comfort animal is probably a bigger insult than just making jokes about them not being able to operate a human-sized X-Wing.
Yeah, probably right.
Should we turn this stream into a discussion of the Endor Holocaust theory?
Why not? That was pretty convincing to me.
There are no trees on the forest moon of Endor. They're all burned down in the firestorms. After the chunks of the second Death Star rained down and caused massive death and destruction.
Hang on, though. I have a problem with this.
Oh yes?
That's physics in my Star Wars.
Star Wars has physics too.
Yeah, its own special kind of physics.
What they really should have done is had a book set after the battle where the rebel fleet spent the next half a year just trying to put bits of debris into better orbits.
It's the Star Trek crossover.
Yeah, I could see some kind of death metal band having Ewok Apocalypse as a album title.
Sounds like some of the Games Workshop albums from the late 80s.
Oh, I'm vaguely familiar with those, but I don't know if I've ever listened to any. They even briefly had like a record label, didn't they?
Yep. A record label and was signing like UK punk bands and the like to it.
Although conversely, Ewok Apocalypse does also have that sort of weird rhyming cadence to it, like you get at some kind of country music festival in the United States. Only one on-screen Ewok death. Return of the Jedi. The Star Wars films were quite bloodless considering how many people die in them. Those two Death Stars blowing up was a lot of people.
Just one or two.
And the Super Star Destroyer as well.
And that's before you start hyperspacing ships into other ships.
Well, we don't talk about that.
I don't know. It's the coolest scene that should have been in any other movie other than that one.
Well, I mean, I could see that working in a movie where, oh, mankind has just discovered faster than light technology. And they're struggling to come to terms with it. But in a setting like Star Wars, where they've had hyperspace travel for thousands of years,
And yet, apparently, no one's tried this before.
they did have hyperspace projectiles in the Dark Empire 2, I think it was. They had the Galaxy gun. Shadows of the Empire was a story set between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi about a crime boss that wanted Darth Vader's position as right-hand man of the Emperor. But he was a lizard man with sexy pheromone powers.
I do like me sexy pheromone powers. They're handy.
Couldn't do that these days. Not politically correct enough. Can't have Princess Leia getting hit on by a lizard man. Just started reading Horus Rising.
Although we do have some very juicy model news at the moment.
You do?
Oh yes. Although it's slightly outside your usual remit, but I suspect you may even have heard of it.
Oh yeah? What do you got?
Are you aware of BattleTech Gothic?
You mean Battlefleet
yes,
Gothic?
No, BattleTech Gothic, Mr. Capac.
no,
Are you
I'm
aware
not.
of BattleTech Gothic? Because it's a thing. Have
Play
you
more.
ever wanted the BattleTech universe to, instead of being like it is, be all about four different species that inhabit the inner sphere? That's right. The Caretans are actual lizards, and all their mechs are living things.
I mean, I don't know enough about normal BattleTech lore to know how any of that makes any difference.
All you need to know is there is a meme circling around at the moment. I don't know how familiar you are with Family Guy, but there is a specific episode of Family Guy involving Noah,
Okay.
where there is an elephant and a penguin, and then a penguin with an elephant's head. And Noah shows up and says, "What the fuck is this? Did you name it? Because it's going the fuck overboard." That is traveling around as a particularly good meme between Warhammer and BattleTech. It's gone bad. It's one of these ones where everyone's like, "This is an April Fool's joke, right? It's just an early April Fool's joke that's just got leaked, right? Right?" And then it's been confirmed.
Intriguing. So what has actually been confirmed? Like what format is this arriving in?
In a one-off box set that they hope to then expand with further one-off box sets in future.
And they called it BattleTech Gothic.
And they literally called it Battletech Gothic, yes. Even mimicking the Battlefleet Gothic logo. It literally looks like someone slammed the two logos together.
That's definitely a move. I don't know what kind of move, but it's a move.
Apparently, we know about it because one of the Kickstarter tiers gives people at that level access to like an in-house conference where they reveal things early, and this was part of it. And so there's like full leaks of the sort of BattleTech equivalent of a codex about the rules for it, and it's bad, real bad.
Is it still using the same rule set?
Yeah, it appears to be, or a very similar rule set, at least, sort of a dumbed down version. Please, guys, I would recommend you Google this. It is fantastic.
How many boffins were lost to bring us this information?
Boffins? Are you sure boffins, not boffins?
Yes, boffins.
Those poor boffins. And blame for everything.
But, what's the Gothic part?
The mechs now look a little bit like churches.
But
Did I not mention that they also got the full Grimdark makeover? So yeah, everything looks a little bit like a church now.
I could understand that maybe for like one faction, if they're
No. They've done it with all the factions. They're just different species. Like those guys are lizards, but they have living mechs that look like churches.
Yep. Color me baffled.
I'll let everyone baffled. Capac. It's like, why is this a thing? What game, Newfie? The recently announced BattleTech Gothic. Not Battlefleet Gothic, BattleTech Gothic.
So, there are parts of that I can understand. But they don't sound like they come together in a cohesive whole.
And it's almost got a vibe of someone going through the list of stuff that was like, okay, so what did Games Workshop forget to copyright when they did their name change thing? Is there anything we can get?
'Cause I can understand them wanting to, like, hey, we got this like rule set and we got this collection of mechs, but we want to like shake up, maybe do like a new setting that we could use the same things in, but in a different way. I can understand them wanting to differentiate different factions a bit more. Because you got to have that branding. But the way they're going about it sounds like they're going to make the existing fans angry and make everyone that's not a fan confused and bewildered. He's starting to look pretty colourful. Where's chat talking about crabs now?
I didn't do it. You have a cap cam? I suppose you can have a cap. I see what it is. You don't want to watch me. You want to watch him. In his tiny little window for some reason. And then what do you get? Doritos adverts. So there you go. Joke on you.
Maybe I should get some nachos for lunch.
Sir, a Dorito and a nacho are not the same thing. How dare?
You can make nachos with Doritos.
Make bad nachos with Doritos.
Sometimes you want a bad nacho.
Capac's had enough of the good boy legumes. It's himself a bad tater. Thank you, Gordon. The hands don't match the voice. What sort of hands would you be expecting? What are the correct hands for this sort of situation? Should I be cloven? Hooved?
Go on, extrude your Wolverine claws.
I think my hands match the voice. They're pretty fucked up, and so's the voice. I hereby declare airbrush time over for the time being. Also, I've had enough of that noise in the background. Oh, that's nice.
The sweet sound of silence.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that number on Cold Dawn sub's supposed to mean. 123 of 39.49k.
Wait, what? But
I don't know. What have you done, Capac?
So my sub goal is 39,487.
Why?
Because that's the serial number of the ship from Light Echoes. And I'm like, I don't care how many subs is goal, so I just put number in.
You know, you can just turn it off, right?
Well, yeah, but that's not as fun. But why is that
Just checking.
Why is that coming up when you're getting subs?
Because I'm being gifted a sub in your channel. That was a sub for me in your channel.
Oh, right. I'm so confused. Well, that's the reason anyway.
Okay, so it was accurate. Capac's just fucking weird. And no one is surprised. Right, I'm not good enough to go any further than that with an airbrush. So, paintbrush time.
I don't know if it's still there, but I did have it as a Patreon tier as well.
Of course you did. What, for that many patrons? Or just for that amount?
I think the reward for that tier was that we would build an actual spaceship.
It's a good joke, but not enough.
For an actual spaceship? No. But
You say those of us who know about light echoes. Yes, I don't know about light echoes. Completely foreign to me.
if somebody did do a $39,000 tier to me or to us on Patreon, I would be building a set. So it's not entirely inaccurate.
Yes, I figured that's how you go about it. A paint mixer, go burp.
That true? Oh no! Mixed the wrong paint. Where'd my Xandri dust go? I left it over here.
There are worse situations to be in than, oops, I mixed the wrong paint.
True. But it means I need to go burr again.
I too shall mix a paint in silence. Oh yes, we decided we liked this orange very much the other day, didn't we? The orange that calls itself red.
Orange is just a red that hasn't committed hard enough.
I got new brushes today.
Ooh.
Not good brushes. I got new shit brushes. For use with paints that don't deserve the good brushes.
Yeah, I should probably go pick up a new set of brushes. These ones are getting pretty mangled.
Orange is a fruit. Well done. Yes, that is true. 1 gold star for Nuki. That means you get to feed the pet rabbits. Ah, yes, of course. While I have been going for like an hour or so, I haven't actually done any painting yet, so we're still Mr. Fumblebrush.
Because I didn't do any painting last week, I had the exciting surprise this morning of not having to set up my web palette because it was still set up from when I did it last week. Aha. The automatic messages are continuing to sow discord amongst the chat. Just the way I like it.
Yes, I removed my timed messages because we were doing so much co-op streaming with Capac that I trimmed them down. Capac, as you can probably notice, did not.
I suppose I could look into it.
I'm not actually bothered by it, it just amuses me.
Just worried I'm gonna break
I'm
something.
an easily amused individual, Mr. Capac. In the end, I wouldn't worry about it.
Actually, half my alerts don't work anyway, so I do need to.
Yes, I believe something about your stream key being revoked.
Oh yeah, that was some fun I had the other week when I did on my Thursday stream. I tried the Half-Life ray tracing mod.
Yep.
And I was just getting towards the end of the demo, and Twitch's ingest servers just spat the dummy.
I lost the end of it.
Well, I'm like playing for like 20 minutes, and a couple of people in chat were like, "Oh, the stream's broken." I'm like, "Well, everything looks fine. Twitch thinks it's fine. OBS thinks it's fine. I'm still talking to you. What's going on?" But yeah, Twitch just dropped out for like 20 minutes in the middle of the stream. Just about to give up on the whole thing when it finally came back. I really hate when stuff like that happens. You lose a bunch of viewers for something that's completely out of your control.
Something totally arbitrary, yep. You can send stuff to Capac's poo box.
true.
I had a poo box for a bit, but they wouldn't accept packages from foreign countries, and that made it really, 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 really pointless.
Yeah, that's a bit silly.
The best bit was, I gave up on it. I was just like, okay, this is costing a reasonable amount a year for them to then refuse all packages that are coming into Ashley anyway. I'll give up on it. This was 2.5 years ago. In February, I received a package to it. From a UK person, which explains how it arrived, but 2.5 years after I stopped paying for it, they're still delivering packages from it. Like recently sent ones. They're just still honouring the address because no one else has got it, apparently.
I keep getting mail for old holders of my P.O. box.
Anything juicy?
Nothing exciting.
Dull.
Yeah. I got my tickets for PAX this year.
You're kind of lucky to have a local event like that. You know that, right?
Oh, especially over here.
Well, it's not just especially over there, but it's surprisingly good. I think because it's over there.
Yeah, it's like the only one, so they've got something of a captive audience.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Whereas over here is like, what do we get in London? Will we get the secondary NAF versions of all of the European and US ones? You know what I mean? It's like, hey, it's Comic Con, the backup version, and so on. PAX Oz is, while I would. Is it the shit version of Victoria? I don't think it is. I think PAX Oz has become its own thing. Sufficiently independent from the actual PAX that it has a certain weight of its own.
Uh-oh. Splitsy's heard what we were talking about.
Not it.
Well, I was doing something that didn't require me to talk or listen to things. But yeah, pay a lot of attention to it. So I was like, I'll come and join you guys for a bit if you want some extra company while you're painting.
Yeah, Mrs. Splits, how's it going today?
Not bad. So you guys were just talking about PAX, eh?
Yep.
Yeah.
I reckon I'd agree with Wasted that PAX Oz is its own independent thing. It's different enough to the other ones from people I've talked to who've been to the other ones that it is something that stands on its own as a different experience. Especially since it's at a time of year when, like, traditionally no one was doing anything new. So it kind of grew in a very different direction to being, it was never so much of an industry event as it was a players of game event.
Yeah, it sort of came out of the fact that there was enough interest from the public as opposed to being spurred by industry going, hey, we've got loads of stuff we want to show you.
Yeah, and when you look at the map for PAX Oz, the bulk of the showroom floor is actually free play tabletop. Like, that's what people want, and they keep making that area bigger and bigger because the big sponsors have been pulling out left, right, and center since COVID. But that area keeps being bigger, and people keep paying the ticket price, which is fortunate because it'd suck if it ended, like so many similar shows have.
Yeah, I'm surprised we've still got some of the ones we have in the UK, honestly. I'm slightly amazed that COVID didn't kill them.
You guys have a convenient density of population that I think helps a lot of otherwise niche things survive that would never survive here.
Yeah, the longest journey distance is sufficiently small that they kind of get away with it.
Yeah.
And can capture a bit of a European audience just because European travel's nice and cheap.
Absolutely.
So you been up to anything fun, sir?
I'm voxel handsing, which is why I was like, oh, maybe I'll join the guys and chat with them for a bit.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that.
It is a slow,
The favor goes both
painful
ways.
process. Yeah.
Is it in aid of anything in particular?
Nothing I want to share yet. But yes, it is in aid of something in particular, but nothing I'm comfortable sharing because I want to actually have the thing before I want to share it. Rather than just being like, hey, I'm going to do this thing, and then
Then it's
3 years later
rubbish.
still hasn't happened.
Yeah, don't want to do that after all.
Are you prepared for me to hassle you for a series once Wrong Way is done?
Do you mean hassle in terms of you've got a series planned, or do you mean hassle in terms of we need to make up something?
No. In terms of, I've had further thoughts along a previous idea, come to the conclusion that it makes some sense within a certain framework that you will know very well, but perhaps not quite as the same as the usual framework.
Cryptic.
What I'm saying is the drones in the box
Yeah.
that I've still been working on, has not gone away as an idea, works very nicely for you and me, but probably will be no fun for TFE and Capac, but should still be called No Way Out. Only because the name works so well.
Yep. Down with that. Got some other SE ideas that may work in co-op better than single player as well, that I'm muddling my brain through. The nature of it, right? You got to constantly be thinking up new ways to do the same things.
Yep, although speaking of which, if you have Stream View...
I do.
Burp.
Oh, showing off your mixer.
Things have changed. More showing off the fact that I've got it working. Showing off the fact that it's not broken.
If you find that thing works well, I'd be curious to know what it is. Not that I have any plans to imminently replace my mixer, but knowing that there's stuff like that out there.
This looks like a pretty good path because I think it's even more nichely appropriate, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We have a very specific and very weird use.
And the fact that I have a 24-inch touchscreen.
Yeah. You could just be modifying,
Particularly well suited to me.
routing on the fly, just anytime you like.
Yeah, I can do that with my mixer. It's just... It's made by and for, and I mean this in no negative way whatsoever, but just terrible for me, German sound engineers.
The worst kind of people.
Which is to say, I don't understand most of what my mixer
Don't
does.
get it. Yep. Yep.
Or how to get it to do the things it can do, because it has so much.
Okay,
I
when
just
it pops up the
don't.
message that says Achtung, it's trying to get your attention.
Yes, thank you, Capac, who never used his channel for what did you call it? Capac learnt Deutsch.
We don't talk
Deutsch?
about that.
I was not aware of this. It
You
sounds
should
fun.
you should make a Japanese one now.
Well, we all saw how well it went last time.
Well, I mean, it was used by our German speakers for quite a long time. They don't use it often, but they use it. I'm presuming it's fine what's being said there, because at least one of our moderators is German. So, you know.
Okay, explain.
Capac, prior to the Gamescom plans, created a channel on our Discord to learn German. Which was a German-speaking channel, and it's German only, so that Capac could talk to people in German and learn.
And then COVID happened.
And he never used it. Yeah. That's what happened. That's what it is. Sadly, that is the whole story. There's not much else.
It is less interesting than I was hoping. I'm sad. I've got to be honest with you. Mention of a channel and Capac speaking German suggested that somewhere in the past there was this horrible German speaking YouTube channel of Capac somewhere. I was getting very excited.
Oh, that would have been much more exciting. Absolutely.
Yes, Tenebris, we have a random Eldar today. He was on the side. I fancied trying to get a model done maybe in one night. Progress is going okay. You're making fun oranges.
Every time I think about PAX, it makes me think about Gamescom and how
That was a sad time. One day it'll line back
Was.
up again.
yeah, such a tricky one now for me with
Yep.
like not wanting to leave my partner to be a solo parent for several weeks.
But it's difficult for me as well because,
It's expensive.
yes.
I mean, that's a bit difficult for both of us.
But just because of the way things were rolling, I was a bit better set up to actually do that at that time.
Yep. Well, I think we all were. Life has moved on a little bit, and now it's just going to be a little bit harder to sort it out, and will probably be a few years before it really works again.
Probably. Sad as that is.
I've got to try to wrangle my brothers to get over to New Zealand, and that seems difficult enough.
Why are you going to New Zealand?
See my grandmother, she's over there.
Ah.
Right, it's a lot of base coding. Now to do some more base coding.
So how go the Tuesday stream plans for you two?
Actually, I was going to talk to you about that. So, the idea of doing some Helldivers 2 was floated, but I believe you had some issues with Helldivers 2?
Yeah, I did.
What?
It is currently the only game on Steam which I have written a negative review for and refunded.
Right. Because you were having some kind of like crashing problem or something. weren't
Yeah, I
you?
was crushed at blue screens.
Hmm.
Because for some reason their PvE game has kernel level anti-cheat.
Because it's got monetization.
Oh yeah, I know the reason. I'm just being facetious.
Well, at least it doesn't have pay-to-win microtransactions like Assassin's Creed.
Like single player games.
Yep.
No, End Protect is egregious, but I do understand why it exists in that game. Their entire model falls apart if they can't enforce their monetization / time taken to get it for free.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that for at least a couple of Tuesdays and see how it goes. And you're welcome to attempt to join.
Have you talked about the other thing, or is that still private?
I don't know what's going on with that yet.
That's what I was initially referring to. Because you had many a Tuesday plan.
Yeah, it's still got a few ideas floating around, but Helldivers was brought to my attention, and that is something that I have been wanting to try.
Have you not played it at all?
No, I haven't.
Surprises me.
Have yet to do so. Although, I will get it in advance and test that it actually runs, just in case.
I mean, there's a decent chance that it was the kernel level anti-cheat triggering my Intel CPU to die. That was causing the blue screens.
I don't have to worry about that particular issue, but you never know.
Speaking of PAX, though, you bought your tickets?
Yep.
Good, good. So it seems a few of our regular friends might not be attending. Yeah.
Busy, busy, busy.
I think also maybe cost saving.
Yes, easy one to forget, but the world has become quite expensive recently.
It has. And one of our friends who's probably not going to make it this year, I think he and his partner are probably saving for a house at the moment for a deposit.
Unacceptable.
So I can understand that.
Not allowed houses these days.
Accurate. I can't believe the truly bizarre state of the world when I bought mine. Well, I mean, when the bank bought mine. Having this was the in between, like we were still having lockdowns and things at the time.
Yeah.
So having 60 people lined up down the street to view the house. But also our housing market was going ballistic at the time too. So like every single viewing, there were just tons and tons of people, and it's like, this is the exact opposite of what we're supposed to be doing, but this is what everyone's doing.
Gotta have some place to live, Mrs. Blazy.
Hmm.
You can't just stop because there's a horrible infectious disease around.
Well, You say a place to live. A place to rent out to someone else, I think was most of it. But yeah, it was an unusual time where it's like, yep, there are 6 people able to view now, and the rest of you will have to wait in the queue. And the queue is very long. It is going down several houses down the street. And that's when I got really lucky. Because the real estate agent who was selling this house had trained my aunt when they were both flight attendants. I somehow discovered that fact and spent a good chunk of time just chatting to him.
Cheating, 100%
Yep.
cheating.
Yep, 100% cheating, and I have no qualms about it whatsoever. He was lovely. It worked out very well. So what are you two painting today?
I am painting an Eldar Autark. Not for any reason other than I fancied some practice with some techniques that I would not normally be doing. In preparation for next week's collaborative, well, not collaborative, challenge shenanigans is probably the easiest way of describing it.
So, I don't know my 40k. What is that?
Autark is a
Elf.
Eldar. It's an elf. It's a space elf who has gone through the training of, and the space elf that's gone through training at Eldar, as they are obviously known, has gone through the training of all the aspects, and understands the various combat techniques and training and history behind the Eldar. They have various aspects that represent certain styles and certain mental approaches to combat. And Autark is one that has mastered them all, and acts as a sort of mid-level leader.
Uh-huh. So it's your elf version of the weathered sergeant, who's done all the things.
A bit
Lot
higher
of-
rank.
Bit higher.
Yeah, a bit higher up than that.
Like, imagine if you had.
It's Colonel O'Neill. But elf.
Okay, imagine Colonel O'Neill, but he had to go through every. He had to go through the Air Force, the Army, and the Navy.
Oh, so it's teal.
Yeah.
Except not as high ranked.
They're fairly high ranked, but there's definite room to go.
Okay, 2 shiny robots. Need to do a little patching up on the underside of these basilisks. It's probably never going to be seen.
I mean, we're pretty useless mini painters in the grand scheme of things. Both of us have zero destination for why we're painting minis. Like, Capac plays with them once in a blue moon, and I don't play with them at all.
I like looking at them.
But you know what I mean? It's like, in comparison to your average painter, I feel like we're quite poorly directed.
Not like, I'm painting this army to do this thing, so I've got this purpose, I'm going to do this. That means Shaq's better directed than you two when it comes to painting?
No, I think he just pretends to be.
That feels like the answer that you give every time I ask if Shaq's better at something.
No, I mean, like, Shaq doesn't play with his minis either. He just makes it sound like he does.
Because it's all digital when he does it.
One of the minis he paints is not the ones he paints with. He made up his own game to play.
Yeah, but I thought at least a couple of his streams I've seen him painting those ones.
Yeah,
the 3D printed ones.
But they're never used for anything.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. Like, does he actually... The tabletop game, I'm presuming he plays with virtual rather than actual physical.
The tabletop game is primarily played in Photoshop, as I understand it.
Guess that's one reason to keep...
An Adobe license.
Yeah.
Keep your Creative Cloud going.
We'll always remember the great battle of difference clouds.
Man, we were obsessed with those in high school.
They were a fancy technology back then.
Weird to think that the majority of my knowledge that I had before I started actually making videos in for YouTube, the majority of the knowledge I had for Adobe was actually learnt in art in high school.
Most of my knowledge was learnt when I should have been attending a multimedia technology and design university course.
I would say most of yours was when you were paying to attend, but probably shouldn't have attended because it didn't sound like it was actually very good.
Yeah, pretty much. I taught myself more than they were going to. Like that I still maintain.
I did do one video for a thing at uni, but between high school and when Capac and I decided to start making our first videos together, I hadn't touched any video editing other than that one time. And that was all just for a gag presentation that our year group did.
Of course.
You know, when it's a joke, you put in way too much effort.
Yep.
When it's serious, you leave it to the last minute.
Have you voxeled all the hands yet?
How far am I through this thing? I reckon I've done maybe a third of it.
How long have you been working on this?
I don't want to say. I really don't want to say. It's oof. At least it's not under the same time pressures as I did all the voxel edits for the Wrong Way Up finale. That was an ordeal.
And I literally mean no offense here. I could tell. Well, no, because it resembled the end of Group Survival Season 1 base, if you looked too closely.
Yeah, when you use the round tools too much.
Round tools too much, and bits that were just deemed to be, like, that's far enough out of view, it won't matter.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, that's around the corner, that's fine. Just, no one will look there. It'll be
Well,
okay.
I mean, they do that in do that in AAA video games, so it's not.
Yeah, but I'm being semi-real with you here, Mr. Capac. I think both myself and Splitsy hold ourselves to higher standards than AAA video games.
I meant good AAA video games.
You need to be clear here, sir.
They all end up
Standards are
taking
quite
some
variable.
shortcuts somewhere. Especially when you end up out of bounds as much as I do.
I'd also like to be clear that just saying that holding ourselves to and achieving is not the same thing.
There are things you'd like to do, and then there's
What actually happens.
Yeah. A time limit that says, nope, no, you're not doing that. Other things you need to do, and start doing them.
Yeah, some that I've heard is a technique that some people have used. Yes.
Yeah, with Wrong Way Up, I had a very hard time limit on it, so... And I was still working at the time, so... I had a very hard time limit on it. So I tried to...
Here, thinking of blooming the mess I made at the end of Group Survival when it came to trying to keep on schedule and then just not, and the end results of what that did.
Yeah, it's the same for me with our Light Echoes stuff. That edit of the last episode that we made was such a long edit, and I really don't think I got as much out of it as I convinced myself I was getting at the time. I wasn't achieving as much.
I'm just thinking at the point where I ended up falling behind the other guys and releasing, where I'd kind of decided to myself that the delays didn't matter and that it was okay to be late as long as it was better. And I was never going to make the intended release date because, let's be real, we were never going to make the intended release date. The scheduling we planned for it was ridiculous right from the start. Just to cover this, we would start recording after my stream on a Friday night. So I would finish my stream at about 10:30, 11 p.m. UK hours. Group Survival episode was due out 12 hours after that point.
So you needed to be a week ahead on the recording.
Yeah, except that was never the plan.
Yeah.
At
Right,
no
so it was
point
meant
did
to be
we
that
ever-
It was meant to be like a 24-hour turnaround.
It was intended to be a super short turnaround. It just never was.
Yeah. Hey, my account. Yeah, it's... the
That's why it
dreams
was
of...
as live and raw as it was because the idea was it was supposed to be mostly in camera.
Yep.
Except then we went and spent a week and a half editing it afterwards. That's how come Vanguard ended up being a thing. Vanguard was supposed to be what Group Survival was actually supposed to be. But enforced because you weren't recording it, you were actually doing it live. And that comes with its own problems too, it turns out.
Yeah. Because you can't just edit around the frustrations. The number of times where, and Capac's been party to this with me enough times, number of times where something frustrating breaks. And so instead of your recording session starting at its intended time, you start 2 hours later because of game reloads, mod changes, various other things you have to do. And if that happens live, that's most of your stream gone.
And most of
And
your
being-
viewers gone.
And being able to pretend like those frustrations don't exist, I think is important for some people to gain entertainment from a thing. They want to pretend that this stuff just magically happens without too much effort because that's how they want to feel at that point when they're watching it.
My problem mostly came down to however good you think you are at improvising, you are not match fit for 4 hours live roleplay.
Yeah. I wonder where the limit is. Like, what professional actor comparators do we have of how long they do it and where they go, nope, this is where it stops. It's only this long each week.
Well, you
or
got Who
each
Line It Is
thing.
anyway, but you know that that's recorded in front of a live audience, lasts about 2 hours, and gets cut down to 45.
Yeah.
You know what I
So,
mean?
so 2 hours is kind of your idea there.
But that's for research purposes. I would love to get some like raw recordings of something like Whose Line Is It Anyway, so I could. Because I've never like seen one of those shows in person, but I'd love to be able to see what it's actually like when somebody is trying to be like that for 4 hours. That ends up getting cut down to 30 minutes.
I also wonder how
What
many
are you
do-overs do they do.
attacking, Capac?
He's attacking his desk.
Why?
I'm
And
hitting small
going
planes
through his
with a
mic.
sponge.
How do you make this much noise constantly?
It's called stippling.
Have you attached the microphone directly to the brush?
Well, I mean, it does have a sponge on it, so it'd work.
There are bloopers of American Whose Line is lots of stuff with Ryan Stiles just being annoyed off because of censorship and hoedowns. Yeah, there are heaps of alternate hoedown endings that were just not okay for broadcast, weren't there? Colin Mockery trying to crack everybody else up with the end of it. But yeah, they went 2 hours, and I kind of think that's part of the challenge with live stream content is that we've been conditioned, I think, by YouTube to think of it as 4 hours. And maybe 4 hours is too long for certain formats.
Yes, that's that strange situation where there was a period where 4 hours was your maximum stream limit, and so now everyone's just like, that's how long streams should be.
Yeah.
Streams are 4 hours. Thanks,
Oh yeah,
YouTube.
and the 10-minute video limit that they used to have.
Where
so-
where a video is 10 minutes. Yeah.
So Tommaso, you actually went to one of the Whose Line things. Was it like, yeah, they're clearly practice. It's the people who are picked for it, like the people who did it had been doing it for decades. But Yeah, it just makes me wonder, like, would a thing like Vanguard be better or better able to be done if you set your expected time per week to 2 hours?
What Vanguard really needed, honestly, it wasn't that the improvisation was difficult, it was that you had so little control over the pacing and cadence of the episodes.
Mm.
That unless you went to the extent that you just brought in tons of extras and it was all pre-prepared, which was kind of against the point of the whole thing.
Because it was meant to be more dynamic than
Because
that.
it was meant to be more dynamic and less organized than that. It was supposed to be a way of reducing the amount of pre-prep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure there was ever really much of a solution to it. The problem was more you needed to be able to make it work. You would need to have a full supporting cast and have them really on task, because you eventually ran out of ways of hiding mistakes in roleplay.
One of the things I've often thought about, but there's not a big enough. I don't think there's a big enough audience to do it. But what I've thought that would be a really cool way to do two series would be to have someone who's an experienced content creator with that game acting as DM for another person, and then they switch roles for the alternate series or the alternate part of that series. So you've always got someone who's aware of how the audience experiences the game, how the game works, how that person. So basically, what I'm saying is you need someone like Hat Films have, who does all the behind the scenes stuff, knows the guys well, knows the games well, knows all of the things, and can do all of that live, dynamically, update it, fix it, so that the person who's leading the show, who's the star or the host, has nothing to do except for entertain the audience.
Yep.
And the person behind the scenes is dealing with all the stress. But I think to make something like that feasible, you really need something that's probably an order of magnitude larger an audience base than what Space Engineers has.
Unless you bring that audience base yourself.
Yeah. Because for a couple of AA episodes, towards the end of before we took our break from it, I joined the challenges, joined the human NPCs for Capac and TFE. And being in that position as the person who knows what the intended outcome of the video is changes what you're capable of doing. And changes the way that you can balance things, the way that you can mess with stuff in an extent that's just not possible unless you have that person in that role who has that much knowledge and ability to mess with things, and knowledge that if they mess with things and break it, it's their problem. Because one of the hardest things, I think, for the guys who play the truckers and such in Wrong Way Up and Wrong Way Out and Assertive Acquisitions is that if they screw up, they feel like they're imposing that on me. And they feel like they've got to take ownership of that, which I think is a lot of stress for something you're not getting paid for.
Yeah, you need some sort of you basically you need to be in the game. You need to be part of it beyond just a volunteer, I feel. That was always the most stupid and difficult thing about group survival is we knew that in reality, as a series, that would have been better on one channel. It would have been better with 3 of us putting our efforts into a single channel,
Yep.
but none of us, and not intending to call him out here, he was the biggest channel, so it was him that had the main call in this. Shaq was 100% not interested in the idea of launching a fresh channel for this project alone.
Yep.
And I can totally understand where he's coming from, trying to, especially at the point we were doing it, fresh channels. I actually feel like this has changed a bit, and YouTube has got a bit of a weird algorithm at the moment for
it really does.
You are brand new channel. We're going to give you quite a good chance to start with. And if you come out swinging, you've got a reasonably good chance of getting somewhere.
I get constant recommendations of videos with sub 200 views on them.
Yeah, yep, same. And not only that, but I think it's not uncommon these days to see creators that have grown very, very rapidly, and not in the meme sphere, not in the not saying this in a negative way, but in the sort of I show speed Kai Cenat sort of way, but in the ambiguous amphibian sort of way.
Yeah, Dragon Souls. Some of them are good. I genuinely think it's a good thing, and there's no part of me that feels. It's not like building up new channels takes anything from existing ones. I'm a big believer that, especially within the sphere that the 3 of us exist in, there is a greater appetite for content than there is content existing.
Greater appetite for good content.
Good content, yes. There's always a bunch of rubbish, but there is definitely a greater appetite for. I genuinely believe that. Tip, it's not just intimidating to try and make stuff that's good enough to start a channel. It's intimidating to try and make stuff to keep a channel going.
I like you are talking to the grand example of that. There is a reason that there's crap all on Wasted's channel, and it's a lot of that is confidence based.
Yeah, I wasn't calling you out then. I was referring to myself because.
Oh, I know, but
suffered from it
just
myself
so
quite a bit.
happens that there is another person in this channel that hasn't published for like 2+ years, and a lot of that is because I do not feel confident publishing anything. Which is stupid.
That's why I joke about shorts.
But
they're a perfectly fine article of clothing.
Well,
you should not joke about them.
You're slowly working your way in, Splitsy, because I did actually realise that I've got, at the moment, there is a bit of a thing, unsurprisingly, with Helldivers clips getting shared, as long as they're edited just right.
Yeah.
Get a lot of popularity, because there's some really stupid stuff that can happen in Helldivers.
Yep.
And I can't help but think of, and Clockwork will immediately know what moment I'm referring to, I've recently had one of those.
But also, those days you just go and build weird things in Space Engineers after we've played a session together and you build something weird.
Yeah.
Just the build doing something crazy. Like, that's where the banana short that I made that's gotten 500,000 views came from. I was just like, the wrong way out wheels. I can do this. It's yellow.
Yep.
Banana spinners. Just...
Oh no, but there was a specific one recently, Clockwork. I'll be back in a moment. 1 second.
But yeah, it's an ever-present thing in any creative field where you feel like what you're doing isn't good enough.
My sponge is too big.
Or your sponge is too big. That too. That is an ever-present thing, Capac.
Achtung! Sponge too big.
Jack's car rolling off the cliff. Yeah, that sounds like Jack.
There we go.
Oh, why, voxel hands? Why don't you have more tools available? A smoothing tool.
Voxel hands difference clouds.
Just smoothing, just a within this thing, find the edges, make average. Wasted goes and loads up his clip. Were you eliminated by the turret on your vehicle? I'm not sure Wasted can actually hear us right now. Oh, by the one up there, just out of nowhere shot. Got you.
Without the audio, you don't get to appreciate that the car then continued driving. The only person to suffer any damage whatsoever was me.
Sniped by a rocket.
Oh, by cannon.
Oh, cannon.
But he's not live. He does not paint. We'll get him slowly, but it'll take some time.
So I was thinking about this the other day when I was making Toby's birthday cake. Like, if I set up my garage properly, I could probably do like baking stuff and while you guys are painting.
A baking stream to join our Tuesday streams. I mean, I wouldn't be against it. Especially as baking has you've got a wait time, but it's not too bad a wait time.
Well, it's more the
It's a
playing
wait
with
time
the
that can be
modeling
elapsed
chocolate
during a stream.
Yeah, it's the modeling chocolate, it's the fondant, that sort of stuff.
I was
Made me think it was
mostly
similar.
thinking from the angle of could you complete a project during a stream sensibly?
Some projects, yes, you could. Particularly if those projects are cupcakes.
Or projects
That's a
that
good point.
need to bake for an entire week.
That's what we should do. I like that idea, Dragon Soul. We should do a stream where we all build Optimus Prime together.
Oh yeah, we talked about that.
You should join us on a Tuesday for that, Splitsy.
Yeah. And why is Capac being coy about that?
I don't know if
Chat?
that's a good idea. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me. It sounds like there's some kind of fatal flaw with that plan.
Yeah, you.
Some people is the fatal flaw. Doesn't stop us from doing it, just means Capac can sit there as the odd one out. No Optimus Prime to build. I went down to my my local Hobbycraft again and pick up some nice cheapo brushes. Yeah, look at that nice selection of proper synthetic Hobbycraft own brand. £3 for 4 brushes. Doing good, doing good. And they have expanded their collection of Gundam.
Ooh.
I have a local weird Gundam supply. Unfortunately, they've expanded it downwards. It's all high grades, no pro grade. I got nothing this time. I went down there for supplies. I've bought enough models recently.
That didn't stop you any of the other times.
Look, that's unfair. For no reason other than I say it is. You see, the problem is I can say things, but no one's going to believe it, so whatever. Especially as this is the man here who is responsible for me owning more different shades of Vallejo blue than I could possibly imagine.
Look, you always need
And
more
then
blue.
I even end up with one that's called the right thing, but no, it's the wrong range. He doesn't like it.
Very tricksy blues.
Well, I'm sorry to say, but this here, dark blue, belongs to me.
Wasted, if you ever want to get Capac back for this, if you ever want to pay back,
Don't give him ideas.
what you need to do is get him interested. I don't know how you do this, but this be the thing. Get him interested in something musical. Because I feel like you have the same degree of advantage over Capac when it comes to audio and music as he does over you in visible colors.
That's a little harsh. That's suggesting the Capac is already somehow orally handicapped.
I mean, it might be true.
Capac?
All right, he's not disagreeing.
Okay. So I was working on something.
Some high quality troublemaking going on today.
Hold on.
You made him get up.
Yeah.
You know it's serious.
God, I can't remember where any of these things go.
Oh God, no! Please.
Yeah, that didn't sound right.
You think?
Are you familiar with the concept of tuning an instrument?
I think my my guitar tuner's run out of batteries. I need a new one.
There are other methods.
I am familiar with the existence of other methods. Research is in early stages of development.
I will be back in a minute.
How long have you owned that guitar for?
A lot longer than I've been doing anything with that guitar. I've had it for a couple of years now, I think.
You're starting to actively play it now. Nice.
A little bit. Splitsy presented me with an idea that he does not know that I took semi-seriously.
Good. This is always the best ideas.
And I'm seeing if I can make it work. Before the
I think
time
there's
window
only-
closes, which is iffy.
Ah.
But geez, it's real rough on the fingers. Stupid guitar.
What? Oh, bless. Oh, bless.
I have the delicate hands of a painter. I don't, Oh.
Yeah, Tibur, it's like, these days I can't play without my calluses.
I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but I like my leisure activities not to be actively painful.
It's not painful.
Oh.
You just need the calluses.
So what you're saying is it is painful until it isn't.
It's painful to begin with, yes. And then you end up with these, where you're like...
Ugh, just looking at that's giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Where knives don't do anything to it anymore because it's pretty well set in there.
When did you get that guitar, Capac?
A couple of years ago. A friend of mine was not using it.
I imagine it's probably seen about as much use as my ukulele has.
Possibly. Where am I at? I need...
I can't be too judgmental. I do actually own a saxophone, which 100% gets played all the time. You just haven't heard me play it because I'm waiting for my big debut.
Oh.
You know that playing Atlas with you was the reason I bought the ukulele in the first place.
Nice. Oh, where is another good naval? I mean, I say another good Atlas. Left massive bits to be desired. It was the only option, and I think that's why we played it. But come on, where you at?
Yeah, golden era of sail survival game.
Like, sail is cool. You could, especially if you run with the fantasy, you could do so much with it. And unfortunately, we seem to only get two different varieties of boat game. You get sort of infinite generated water raft style, but change the raft for literally anything else that sort of floats.
Mm-hmm.
Or you get like super niche, hardcore, serious sailing game, and almost nothing in between. So why?
Well, I was watching some of the Yogscast dudes on the Games Night channel playing Pirate Borg. And I think the Pirate Borg setting would make for a very interesting pirate game.
Sorry, what?
It's like the real world Caribbean, but if like all the weird magic nonsense was real and the world was coming to an end soon.
I can get behind that.
Well, I think the problem is Sea of Thieves, isn't it?
Well, there's
That's
that,
why we don't have anything.
There's the
Because-
Ubisoft pirate game that fell flat on its face after 10 years of development, where they kept constantly changing what it was supposed to be.
Oh, I can't remember what it's called. 'Cause, yeah, it literally announced at the same time as Atlas was.
But Ubisoft had Skull and Bones, that's it.
Skull and Bones, thank you. Yeah.
Ubisoft had the sailing in the Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which the majority of people that played that game really enjoyed.
Quite liked, yeah.
And all
Because
they
it was
had
fun.
to do was port that to a multiplayer setup, and instead they messed around for 10 years and released a game that you couldn't even board enemy ships.
Occasionally, paint makes it go better.
Yeah. It's not going better enough. This Wraithbone is stubborn.
Yeah, Wraithbone's a bit goopy like that. Not my favourite paint, the Wraithbone.
It's a nice colour.
Although I'm going to be honest with you, I'm seeing some similarities between this Vallejo white and Corax white that I am not appreciating.
Some chalky similarities.
Some chalky refuses to cover any of the model similarities, yes. Yes, those ones. Alright, 18 layers later, we might have a nice white that is completely obscuring all the details of the Mini by this point. I don't know, I just feel it's a bit untapped, especially as soon as you... Atlas 100% goes on the list for leaving this untapped as well. As soon as you open up mythology as a possibility, as soon as you go a bit fantasy with it, I believe there are one or two bits of fantasy you can call on related to the sea. It might have been quite big in humankind's history. And so we invented a lot of weird shit up about it.
Well, I mean, you could do a pirate game where you have, like Atlantis used to exist in the setting. And so that's an excuse for some of the, the ancient, Roman and Greek type mythology to come in. But also you've got, the Caribbean shenanigans, like voodoo.
Yeah, you got to have a bit of both. Why not?
And you've got Aztecs needing your blood for reasons.
I think it might just come down to
What the?
everyone is scared of building static grids that are then allowed to move and then have to interact with a persistent physics object that is the sea.
But I do wonder how much having a juggernaut in that space also impacts people's desire to try and enter that space, because you do have Sea of Thieves. It is something that enough people would see as related to whatever you're doing to be seen as a big enough competitor that it could be a problem. Even if it's not actually competing and has completely different
Yeah.
gameplay, it's in the same enough space.
When has that ever stopped anybody? Our
I presume
entire
it's stopped lots, but we just don't hear about
Well,
it.
I'm saying, just the entire game industry is based on copies and imitations, for the most part.
Unless it's a loading menu game.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm behind that side of things. Well, no, that's what I'm talking about. Is it the PVE? And yeah, I'm talking about
Yeah.
take your naval combat survival game and put it in a proper world where there's PVE. And yeah, sure, allow PvP, but have it as a side thing. Because honestly, if you build a good survival game, PvP is basically just a toggle switch at that point.
Yeah.
Because if you build a good multiplayer survival game, then just turn PvP on. There you go. You know what I mean? There's not much to balance there. Especially if you don't care about balancing it in the first place, because PvP is your secondary objective.
Makes it even better.
Honestly, I think half the reason that Atlas PvP was really boring was because the game was always designed around the idea of a single player or only a couple of people running a ship. And that's where Sea of Thieves did something right. Is even if it means you shrink all the ships down, make it much more about players in controls. Even if you go through the angle of like, yeah, you can have NPCs, but a player needs to be telling them to fire and aiming for them. You know, I mean, you act as the gunnery commander or whatever you want to call it. Make it about player agency, not the rest, because at that point, yeah, it does become boring.
Well, it's this same problem that we have with space engineers and wanting to multi-crew things, but not having the tools available to us to make it interesting for anyone but the person in direct control. With these massive spaceships, and it takes just one person to control them, and it's like, oh.
One person, it's not just that it takes one person to control them, it takes one person to control them, and there is no sensible equivalent of doing it with multiple people. Multiple people always comes at a detriment.
Yeah.
You know, you're all, and that is the challenge that I think these games need to get over, is trying to find a way of handling the idea that multiple roles is a detriment, because inevitably one person can coordinate them all at once better than individuals could communicate. That's not even like a skill thing. That is literally just, you think faster than you talk.
And that's why all these cooperative games like Pulsar and Void Crew and hopefully Jump Ship are interesting to us, because they force it in some way, shape, or form. And we're trying to find that game that forces it in a way that we can be like, yeah, this is great. The way this forces it is actually really fun.
Well, because I think the way to force it is to force it by making making a sufficient complexity in the roles that one person can't do it, while also making those roles enjoyable to perform as an individual task, which is very difficult, and one that Pulsar is the closest to.
Yeah, because I found myself, when Capac and I have played Bridge Crew before, I found it very easy to be engineer and captain.
You play multiple roles, no worries. Yeah. And unfortunately, a lot of games suffer from that. Void Crew does as well. Like Void Crew Void Crew's problem is not that you don't require the multiple roles; it's that you require the multiple roles because they've forced you to.
Yeah, they didn't. There's not enough. You don't feel like you chose to have people in those roles. You feel like you had to.
Yeah.
You know,
And not only that, but one of the roles is exclusively run around the ship in a slightly annoying fashion playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
It's just like that. No, that's not a fun role. Who played this and tested this and went, yeah, whack-a-mole's a good game, while everyone else is screaming about what's going on outside the ship. What I want to be doing is running around looking for which valve I need to pull. Hopefully, Jumpship does that better. The visuals I've seen looks like it at least handles fire in a better way.
The thing that I think you could do with whack-a-mole that could make it interesting is it's whack-a-mole outside the ship. Because then
But
you're
there
getting
is
shot
whack-a-mole
at.
outside the ship in Void Crew.
Yeah, I know, but there's not much of it, and you can usually deal with it after the actual combat. Like, at least when we played it, we tended to do all the repairs after, not during combat.
You mean like if you had one of those games, but instead of trying to have a crew like repair things in the ship, you have
They've got to
like,
repair it outside, which
you
means
have
you're
like
dealing
a-
with the
you have like a
combat at the same time as
drone-
being the repairer.
you have like a repair robot that you have like scuttling around on the hull trying to fix things on the exterior.
Just because I feel like part of the problem with Pulsar, and we saw, like, I could definitely attest to this. You don't want to be in your little hole. You want to be on the bridge where you can see things. So part of it is just giving that visual interest to those roles.
Okay, a few things with Pulsar. One, I don't think Pulsar is a perfect example.
No, I'm not suggesting it is. I'm
I've
just
got
using it as an
tons of
example because it's got a
improvements I
good
could have.
open.
But secondly, remember that we happen to choose, because of how we started, to go with the very first ship they ever introduced to the game. The game has lots of ships, but we went with #1, the one from 2013.
Yeah. Do you reckon some of the other ships are better at
No,
that
I don't
side of
reckon.
things?
I am absolutely know for a fact that the other ships are more usable in that respect. Like to the extent that, like, for example, in the WD Cruiser, the main gun is on the bridge.
Okay.
Like, even I'm on the bridge in that one. You know what I mean? In the other games, it stretches things out a bit better. And the other thing it does is it gives more people windows.
Yeah.
You know, the bridge is not the only way to look out the vehicle.
But yeah, but this kind of feeds into the point that I was trying to make, which is part of the issue is not necessarily the bad gameplay of Whack-A-Mole, which I'm not saying is good gameplay, but bad gameplay in those circumstances tends to be covered up quite well by being able to see the things your friends are talking about.
True.
And if you can see and feel you're part of it, it doesn't really matter that you're doing a mundane task because you're part of it. But if you can't see, you're not part of it, and that sucks.
But honestly, a lot of that can be solved just by putting holographic outlines of your teammates through the walls. It's a technique used quite often, and honestly, it does work to constantly remind you you're not alone on the ship. You know what I mean? Although, what was the point I was going to make? Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, as far as Pulsar is concerned, what I would use as a great example that it did really well is science, Capac's role.
Yeah, Capac seemed entertained the vast majority of the time, and the hacking side of things was cool.
The hacking side of things is really clever way of providing a player with a mentally challenging task that is directly related to what's happening that affects other people.
Yep.
So
everyone's yelling at you while you're under mental stress.
You're having to deal with it. It's your responsibility and your success. The only thing I would say, one of the things that I think Pulsar lacks in, is giving better notifications to other players what other players are doing.
Yeah.
So it
knowing-
would be nice to see that it pops up a thing that says Capac just cleared a virus and what that virus was.
Yep.
Especially for things like if I cleared a virus that was affecting the weapon system, if it popped up for you doing the weapons, that I had just done something that affected the weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand why maybe they want you to be communicating that as well, as an extra side of things, because a lot of what you'll be communicating isn't actually, I cleared something negative, but I gave you something
like
positive.
I could communicate to you that I was like starting a process, but most of the time when the process finished, I'm not going to notice because I've already moved on to something else. So in a lot of those cases, I wouldn't have even been aware to inform you that the status had changed.
No, indeed. Oh, I get it. It's a difficult task. I'm just saying, I think actually, even then, science is a good example. Science in Pulsar is a good example of doing a side role right. And honestly, I can't, I mean, the interesting thing about I've played a lot of Pulsar, but we've never got that far in the grand sort of storyline perspective.
Yeah.
We got so much further than I have ever have before in that run, and it's not because it was a longer run. We were just much more focused and much less bloodthirsty. All my other runs have ended up devolving quite quickly into just murdering things until we get beaten up by something.
Interesting.
Um,
That's not normal for Capac and I. Normally, when we join a playthrough of something, we are more bloodthirsty than most.
oh no. No. We were quite calm. We did missions and stuff. Previously, I was the captain, and mostly we murdered things. We'd just jump around looking for a fight. But anyway, as part of that, I didn't know that hacking thing was a thing. The clearing of hacks with the matching. I found out a bunch of extra mechanics this time around that I didn't know existed previously.
But it took
Yeah,
me
it
a
doesn't
while
do
to
a very
figure
good
those
job of
things out.
explaining things. Well, you didn't even really figure them out. We had to have
Oh,
chat and YouTube comments tell us how to do things. Like I passed you on the YouTube comment that described how a lot of this stuff worked because the game does not explain it at all.
It's a 3-man development team, by the way.
Oh, it's an epic game. Like
The
fact that like you always say, the fact that we are sitting here talking about it means it was good enough to be sat here and talked about.
I don't know. We were talking about Skull and Bones as well.
Yeah, but in the context of other things we actually like and how it can be better.
No, just need to keep bringing that up because, in comparison to a lot of its competitors, it has some obvious deficiencies. Graphically, I would call out as being probably its biggest.
Yeah.
It was clearly the people that made it they're coders, not artists. in the kindest possible way. But what they've made is easily the benchmark now for everything else.
Yeah.
And that's partly because this run highlighted for me how much content I'd seen previously and how much stuff I'd done that we didn't see in this run that I managed to see without even bothering to pursue the storyline that was just there.
Yeah.
There's so much content in that damn universe. It's very impressive.
Yeah, agreed.
Some of it's a bit basic. The land-based stuff is awkward because you don't want it to not exist. And some of it occasionally is kind of cool, but it is really weak.
It is. That is absolutely a weak point for it.
Yeah, I enjoy Pacifist Capac.
Sometimes you just gotta do everything for science. Killing everything you see is very unscientific.
Is it?
I guess it depends on what field of science you're into.
I think most anatomists would disagree with you.
I guess that was the other thing that changed. This was the series on weirdly that was the most roleplay.
I think a big part of that was thanks to the combo of Capac and Shaq at the start.
Don't give Shaq any credit. He's been present before.
No. The combo. Neither one alone, both of them together. Because I think both of them very well feed into the other's desire to do a bit of roleplay.
Yeah, fair.
And then the rest of us just go, yeah, this is fun. We'll roll.
Yeah, whatever. Let's do it. Speaking of which, how are you finding Build and Repair the series?
I'm
I'm a bad person.
really enjoying myself, actually. It's been actually what the series is probably reminisce about why we don't play Eve anymore. The series.
Wait, should I be involved in this series?
Yeah, we play it at a time of day that you
can...
definitely you would not attend unless you'd stayed up all night.
But I too can reminisce about Eve Online.
Yeah, Shaq and I also end up talking about a fair bit of real-time strategy games and stuff. It's just been kind of hanging out, building stuff. We got a vague goal. I had too many subgrids. Shaq adds too many weapons.
Yeah, he's annoyed about that, by the way.
My subgrids.
Yeah, everything has to have a piston on it, apparently.
And do you know what's even worse? It kind of literally does.
Oh, that's why he said.
Anything I need to shoot at something else,
everything has to have a piston on it.
I have to put a subgrid on so that I don't get client prediction.
Yep.
I still remember you and Shaq because it was you and Shaq together when you were in your hashtag one more piston moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was following a bunch of shenanigans on the EFM thing with Wedge and Textfire.
Oh yeah.
Where Wedgie where we've been doing stupid stuff with Wedgie, where he was flipping stuff with pistons constantly and just being dangerous, basically, as is Wedge's normal behavior. And then we end up with Shaq doing the same thing, and that's where we end up. Talking about, you don't know innate lack of symmetry until you've tried to look at the pedal jumper. I love that ship.
I need to build more things asymmetrically.
Well, the puddle jumper's not asymmetrical exactly. The puddle jumper's an asymmetrical grid that's built to look symmetrical. And it really messes with your head as you start to get near it and see the bits that are and aren't offset. So from the outside, it looks symmetrical, and from the inside, it's very, very clearly asymmetrical. But then you have to go back outside and re-look at it again and go, okay, so where exactly is... How did this break?
Sounds very user-friendly.
It was an amazing ship. It was built out of a hover car, and then I turned it into a small grid, like jump transport or space. Because all good grids used to be something else first.
True.
Puddle Jumper might actually be on the workshop. Yeah, I might have actually uploaded that one.
I love that none of us can give grief to the others on uploading or not their things that they've made.
Vanguard has been shared, but only in a DM to one random guy that messaged me a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I still get
Like
questions.
loads of people have asked for it, but apparently that one guy, he got it. Everyone, no one else gets it. Sorry, Splitsy, go ahead.
I still have people asking me to give them Capac's blueprints from various series we've done together.
Yeah, I should upload a few of those. The bit of pill is up, I think.
The bitter pill, that's not the one people asked for. People asked for your Pillow Conflict.
Oh. Right. I don't know if I have a blueprint for that one.
So if I find one, should I publish it and just put you as a co-creator, just to get people off my back?
Yeah, or you could send me the blueprint and I can do something else.
And your Rumble. That's the other thing people want. The names we give our vehicles are sometimes kind of interesting.
Well, the bitter pill made sense because it was made out
It
of
did.
a doctor's office.
It did.
Going back to what Wasted was saying about the best grids being repurposed
Yep.
from other grids.
Oh yeah,
That was, the
out of a doctor's office is a good one. Oh, I approve.
yeah, the medical facility in Escape from Mars.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, I roverized a building, and then that was Capac's rover.
And it performed quite well.
Yeah. Especially once you had a good enough PC that the voxels didn't just magically appear in front of you out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So you'd be driving along. Capac would, for 1 or 2 frames, see the boulder before it ripped out the bottom half of his cockpit. And it was so bad. So many just moments of the front end of that thing just exploding.
Lucky enough to at least play the OG version of Escape from Mars.
Yeah, I did play the OG version
They changed
on my
it at some
own
point?
just for the fun of it.
No, it
while
broke
you
and
were
got
playing it.
taken over by someone else, Capac, which
Oh.
was the thing. The original creator, Duckroll, didn't hang around for that long. And then, was it Wisserol took over?
Yeah,
it?
Wickerell's taking it over. And I actually ran into Duckroll the other day in a random different Discord.
Oh,
I was
really?
like, I
Didn't
clicked on
you?
his name. I'm like, this has got to be the same Duckroll. And he's still in Keen's Discord. I'm like, all right, you're definitely the Duckroll. So I'm just gonna say this, even though it's completely out of context given where we're at, and just be like, thanks for the epic scenario that's still the best scenario we've got in Space Engineers. Especially because Wickerell's kept it working.
Oh, he's so humble.
Me?
Well, don't you have your own scenario these days?
Yeah, but it's not a story scenario like that. My scrapyard scenario is taking like it was Escape from Mars inspired what I did for it. That process of like
How
moving
you
your
go
batteries
about?
around and
Yeah.
doing all
Mm.
that stuff, I was like, why just batteries? Why not more? And also, why storyline when if I don't have a storyline, you can replay it a bit more, hopefully. Yeah, I played on my own alongside watching you play Escape from Mars. But I never played to the end, and I also never watched the end of yours until after Capac and I ended up playing it. That was like years later. Because I was like, I don't want to spoil the ending for myself because I think I will play this properly through at some point. So I'm just going to stop here.
Our ending was stupid.
So was ours.
I can't even remember what happened.
You don't, Capac? I'm surprised.
We almost blew up on takeoff and ruined the whole thing. Because we didn't take off on
Oh,
time or at
wait.
the right time, or
Was
Yeah.
that the one where we launched off the top of the mountain?
You mean out the top of the mountain? Yes.
Yep. There we go. I do remember things.
clearly.
We took Capac's rover, his bitter pill, up to the top of one of the volcanoes, and we drove around the cone until we were going faster and faster and faster using the wheels, and then ejected ourselves out and then applied the thrusters
Very
to
nice.
launch to space. To then return to our save of the cooperative series we'd been doing up until that point when I decided to change over to Escape from Mars just out of nowhere.
Trying to remember, but if I remember rightly, what we did was go and bury ourselves underground, spend like a month cutting out a massive, perfectly cuboid area inside the Earth in
Yes,
order
you
to
do.
build our craft in it. We then built a complete craft, and then Warhead exploded the mountain out above us so that we could take off.
Warhead
I think.
exploding mountains takes time.
Yeah, it does. What's the best series you've done? Not from like performance metrics, personal enjoyment.
Difficult one to say, I reckon. Capac, why
Hard
don't
one
we
to
put
separate.
why don't we put
imagine
Capac
as
on the
well.
spot first?
Oh no.
All right, Capac.
We've already established that I can barely remember what's happened.
I know, that's so you've got the fewest to choose from.
That's how that works, is it? Okay.
What's been your favorite series we've done, you've done? Are we talking just Space Engineers here, or are we talking anything?
No, I was thinking Space Engineers.
Okay. That
Sorry,
narrows it down
sorry
for you,
to
Capac.
pain, but
I don't know. I probably say the wrong way stuff just because it's like more people is more good. And
Mhm.
we've gotten up to some pretty wacky shenanigans.
We have definitely got up to some wacky shenanigans. That is 100% true.
Such a tricky question.
Under the bus.
I think if I go by when I go back and watch it, do I like to find a clip or just because I'm curious about something or someone's asked a question, I'm like, actually, I kind of don't remember. I'm gonna go watch that bit. I think it's a pretty close match between the original Survival Unlikely series with Capac because I can go back and watch that and not remember enough of it, and it's just funny. It was just funny. And the same for Wrong Way Up. Wrong Way Out's too fresh for me to put it in the mix yet.
Yeah.
But in terms of older stuff, the single player stuff, I think it's just it's in a whole separate category. I can't really compare single player to co-op because they're just so different from what I experience.
It's prepared single person content. It fits fills a different place in the brain.
But for my single player stuff, I'd say my original single player series in Space Engineers would be still my favorite. The stuff I built there was just fun. I had no purpose in building an auditorium, but I built one. Out of small grid, attached to my large grid base. Back when the game would explode if you locked a landing gear to voxel. How about you, Wasted? You've got a much larger catalog to think through.
Yeah, I've been trying to use this time to think through it. I can't say it's been going amazing, but, you know. No, I do think I've got it. As far as best series, I feel like I'm obligated to not be allowed to say group survival because it's too obvious an answer. In which case, it has to be Engineer Wars.
Okay.
Despite all of the longer term series,
I'm surprised.
yeah, but Vanguard was good fun. A lot of the other ones were good fun, but I think a lot of the time I made mistakes in making them run too long.
Ah.
And
So
in the long run,
you got to
they've
burn out
ended up...
before it ended.
Yeah.
Yep. I can see how that. Yep.
Whereas Engineer Wars has always been very fresh, and it's always been a one where it's like, I think it's a very nice... I don't know, I just enjoy being the person that runs that sort of mix of all the things in one thing in a kind of cheesy fashion. I like the whole game show nature of it, even though it's not a game show. All of it's kind of... It's got exactly the right level of doesn't really take itself too seriously, while also attempting to at least a little bit take itself seriously. It's still got a bit of what I like, which is it's still a pre-set up show, it's still edited, it's still attempting to try and be vaguely professional, but at the same time, it's also space engineers through and through.
Yeah.
It is the best bits of Space Engineers. That's why I like Engineer Wars. That's why everyone plays Space Engineers, is because of stuff like Engineer Wars. Not the series, but because of what we do in it is what people do. You know, there's a dumbass idea. Let's build it. Let's test it against a bunch of criteria that we've just made up.
I just realized I missed a trick by not saying my single player survival on Perdimus because Splitsy wasn't there bugging me the whole time.
I'm telling you, there's sometimes in chat.
Oh yeah, and best single player series was my Because I haven't really done many solo Space Engineers series. I was always my stuff was always. I did a little bit of tutorial, and then the rest of it was just, here's a thing. You think it's cool? Yes, no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So with a semi like, and here's the bit where I explain how I did it, so you can make one too. But otherwise, it wasn't. You know, they weren't. It wasn't series based. So single player series, probably Agaris, with the stupid trailer. Which is why I never completed Agaris, is because I spent all my time building more and more trailers for the RV.
Speaking of Ares at now Ares at Wall.
I think it was actually Ares. I just never left Agaris.
But since playing with Shaq with some of the mods we played with, I feel like I could go back to playing that again and try it with more Shaq type mods and enjoy it more. I think it's a scenario that's more suited to Shaq style play than Splitsy style play.
I'm with you, and honestly, I think the setup I had at the end was the right setup. It just took me too long to get there. And the one for Agaris is not build and repair or any of those. It's the conveyor tubes mod and the power lines mod.
Yep. So you can have bases around the place delivering resources to your central
And you
place.
can run massive tubes without it costing insane amounts of time to build.
Yep. That was, and the one mod that Shaq and I are playing with that's got like those infinite miners. They just do their work, and the voxels don't need to deform for them to do their work.
Pipeline mod, there, that's the one, Drago. Okay, I didn't know aware of that one. That's
You put it on, if it's on the right type of voxel, it will slowly produce that material forever.
I can see that being a good way of, I can see that being a good addition, because then what you've done is you've turned it into more of an RTS and removed the engineering portion from something that honestly we've engineered a million times already.
Yeah, and Areas of War, it's not about finding the resource, it's about controlling it. Once you're in control of it, you should be able to exploit it.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, it fits that mindset, the whole factory and expansion mindset. You've reminded me, like, another one is like, I could have said I really quite enjoyed Kerbal Space Engineers, but it went too long and ended up with us building spiral mines on Mars. At which point it had kind of lost the plot.
Yeah, I think a series that I think of series that got to an ending without me feeling like I'd burnt out. My Scrapyard solo, but with the community series, felt that way for me, because having all those people around me at the end, there was no way I was going to burn out, because I had people like Frosty, just in terms of people that you know of by name, and some of the other guys who've now become, joined the challenges, like the Fool.
I think I know more of them than you realize.
I was building with them and having fun with them in voice chat, and that just spurred me on to enjoy it so much more than I've enjoyed wrapping up series in the past. And to have the shared ideas that they brought to the table as well. Like, I never would have built a dragon to mount the train on to launch it to space. But when that dragon was built, I knew exactly how it should have been used. Because it wasn't originally going to be the train mounted on it. It was built for a different purpose. But I was like, yes, this is... And just combining all of those ideas was just fantastic. And that community aspect of it, I think that was probably that's probably the second time I really felt the power of doing stuff in that group like that. And I guess why I've seen you, Wasted, do so much stuff like that over the years.
It's just the big community stuff like that's great fun.
It's something I was always afraid of, though, because I never felt like I had an idea of how to bring that together with my style of content. And I was always afraid that I would diminish both aspects with how I do things. Particularly being someone who likes to have control over how things are going to play out, because I've got a vision of how I want to do it, and I'm always afraid that I'm accurately afraid that I'm terrible at communicating that sometimes.
You see, what you need, Mrs. Blizzy, is some chaos in your life.
Well, chaos is a rare thing. It's hard to find.
That wasn't the comment I was expecting from you there, Capac.
What? Are you saying it was a chaotic response?
No, it was less chaotic than I was anticipating from you.
Which makes it more chaotic. Because you weren't anticipating.
No, I was expecting you to be like fully out of left field, just saying something that has no relevance to the conversation whatsoever. But you spoke knowing that you speaking was the relevance and
That
all the
would have
relevance
been
needed.
on the nose.
And are you afraid of being on the nose, are you, Capac?
You gotta choose the right timing for on-nosedness.
Mm. But I've also proven that when chaos is needed and Capac's not around, I'm quite capable of becoming Capac. I think it was 4 minutes into the stream with Shaq, I'd Capac'd him. 1 week.
Becoming a...
That's just
an
nature of boring a
inauthentic
vacuum.
impersonation. Can't help but feel like the real deal has got a certain more weight.
Oh, absolutely. But I've learned a lot from Capac over the years.
I've cultivated my chaos over decades.
Yes. And I've known you over those decades.
An actual chaos god.
Something you need to realize, chat. Capac's really not that different to what he was like when we were 15.
Could he be?
Well,
Are you?
way more.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
I definitely weigh more than I did when I was 15. I think I probably weigh about twice as much as I did.
Turns you into a bitter old man, isn't it?
I think I was only like 40 kilos when we were 15. I was a midget. I was tiny, tiny.
All right, time for regrets. Let's go.
What paint regrets are you doing now?
Applying large volumes of black 10-bar contrast paint to the blue armor on this, and hope that it works.
I thought you were just suggesting a new topic of conversation.
Oh man, these streams when I've dropped in are a minefield for obscure nostalgia from us.
I mean, regrets in life is a good segue from this is what we were like in high school. It's a natural progression.
Yeah, true.
To think of the nonsense, Capac, we were talking about while we'd sit outside instead of actually going into class for woodwork.
But what? Woodwork was the best class.
I know. But that's when Capac and I became friends. Year 8, we were in the same woodworking class together, and instead of actually going inside, we realized that the teacher didn't care if we just sat outside on a bench and just chatted for the whole class.
But why
so we
did you
did.
sit inside, but with power tools?
Oh, because I also had metalworking.
Oh, okay. If that was separate classes, you're forgiven.
And then
Because in
decided-
reality, our woodworking and metalworking classes were combined, and when I was saying woodworking, what I actually meant was metalworking. Woodworking sucked. What you need to be using is the angle grinder.
And also, a lot of the stuff that we did in woodworking was stuff that my dad had already taught me over the years, or taught me how not to do over the years.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to have a number of relatives like that. Very good at teaching you what not to do.
Although I say my dad teaches me what not to do, but he's still going to be coming up in a couple of weeks to help me fix the broken stairs on my deck. They have rotted out. Yay for people. Yay for buying a house that was previously rented out and thus had a whole lot of cheapest possible solutions for everything done. Like, well, I'm not going to live here.
You have no idea.
Your house has like 100 years of those things.
Yeah. Because we're not only that, but I live on the floor that was not only is it's not 100 years, it's multiple 100 years, and also the floor that I'm on was the floor that the people that owned the place before we moved in rented out to a random old guy.
Ah, so continuing the tradition.
Yeah, indeed.
Well,
Don't need any of that. Thank you very much.
speaking of your place, you were talking the other week about grabbing a handful of your wall to use for basing material. How did that go?
I have yet to grab a handful of my wall. Thankfully, I am about to go for a break, and I will do some of that as I do so, because despite the fact that I'm on the third floor, all the walls are equal opportunity, and I can just reach out one of the windows, and I'm sure I will return with some suitable material. Do you not pull bits off of your house?
Not usually. But that's
you're missing out.
because
Splitsy has a dog and a baby to pull bits off his house. He doesn't need to do it
Ah,
himself.
right. He's got help. Hired help. Understood.
Yeah, the dog is very efficient. She has pretty much dug out the. Actually, so I have a 45-kilo dog. She is not small. She has dug a hole under our deck that you cannot see her inside of.
That
She
dog.
has a den.
I only weigh about 17 kilograms more than that dog.
Yep. A big dog.
I would struggle to wrestle this dog.
Yes.
All bets off. Sorry.
At least it's going to be the bones in the back of the den.
Well, I was figuring after the Mike Tyson fight, this is the one that everyone else is waiting for, right? Wasted versus Charlie. Watch a streamer get eaten.
That's alright, he'll only get suspended for a day or two.
And isn't that then won't it then be washed off your record in like 6 months or something?
Oh yeah, they did do some kind of update about appeals, didn't they?
But yeah, Charlie's very much more of the drown you in saliva kind of dog than the eat you alive dog.
What I did to the Eldar, my friend, is ruin it. But that's fine. We will just paint it again.
What have you done?
I believe he said he ruined the Eldar. Presume it was with the black.
I mean, they ruined themselves already.
They have ruined themselves already, but I put a contrast paint on it, and it's awful, and I shouldn't have done.
Which contrast paint was it?
Yeah, it was Black Templar.
Black Templar is very black.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And here, Wasted, you experience the joys of doing things with Capac, where he had an opportunity to tell you this beforehand and teach you something and neglected to listen.
Well, I'm unbothered by this. These are lessons that Capac could tell me, and I still wouldn't believe him. So it's fine.
There is that.
You see, I mean, I was about to say you're less stubborn than me, but you're not. You wouldn't believe him either. What's this rubbish?
Oh no, there are things I genuinely
Capac
credit Capac as being
alright,
better than me at, and I will take his advice on.
I mean,
Absolutely.
it might be salvageable.
It is salvageable. It'll dry, and then I can. Worst case scenario, I go back in with the airbrush. I'm mostly annoyed that I got onto. I'd done a really good job of fading his blooming belt thing, and I've gone and ruined it. I've got some of the black on it.
Yeah, that's the worst.
That's the bit that I'm actually annoyed about because it was looking pretty good. Rest of it, I can just paint back over again, but some of it was good work ruined. I will be back in a moment.
No worries.
Oh no. I've reached that stage.
So Capac, how are you going with those lassos we recorded?
They still exist.
Ouch, but well played. I'm not even sure you intentionally did that, but I'll give you credit for it.
No, I haven't done anything with them yet. Currently painting 4 tiniest tanks in the universe.
What's the tiniest tanks?
I don't know where my calipers are.
Well played, Ada. Well played. Oh, Capac. You know, have I told you that I've got a new bot set up for my Twitch?
No,
Pat?
maybe.
Because it is a locally run bot, I could just give you a copy of it, and you could run it locally when you go live, and have a bot that does a whole lot more than just what Nightbot does.
Oh yeah.
And it could actually probably use the same Twitch account as the one that I use for it, which is Reggie39487. You just have to log into your proper Twitch account, I think.
Oh well, we'll know if you're doing a stream and suddenly you start getting a bunch of weird messages about painting and...
But yeah, I was thinking about that last night. I was like, oh, actually, I think I can probably just copy this, and Capac just signs into his own Twitch account, and then it'll all just work. Including having a wheel to spin to pick people's names for things.
yeah, I've been needing something like that.
What do you need it for?
For picking people's names.
Yeah, but in what?
Like if I'm... Like when I was playing that... Well, the last time I needed it was when I was playing that, Void War. And
Oh, yeah.
picking
Oh,
people
yeah.
for their
Yeah.
crew names.
Yeah, so I've got it set up so that they can use channel points to get their name in the list.
Okay.
And then if you set up all the stuff correctly in OBS. With OBS, do you use studio mode or regular mode?
Yes.
Do you have 2 previews or 1?
1.
Okay. Because it doesn't work with the studio mode, so that's good. 2. I don't know if... Wasted, have you ever looked into streamer.bot?
Streamer.bot.
Yes. That's literally what it's called.
Sounds contemptuous already.
I hate it.
You hate the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I have not looked into streamer.bot.
It's a locally run alternative to Nightbot and whatever other bots you want to use.
As a man that is currently sitting on a network that has at least 100 different Wi-Fi clients on it, amongst other shenanigans, I will look into self-hosted stuff once I'm off of this damn internet connection that I am sharing with my brother's entire family, everything I run, and then my father, my mother, and anybody who goes into their house, which is everybody apparently, that they just give the details out to. The list of reserved MAC addresses is ridiculous.
Well, I've actually got it running on my dedicated.
I know, but that still has to be hosted on this same network, is my point. Oh, you suppose you've got it running remotely?
I've got it running on the
Yeah.
wrong way out. Dedicated.
Yeah, okay, understood.
So all the things can work at fully remote. Doesn't have to be the same network. That was one of the things that appealed to me about switching over to it. And also just seeing if I could do more stuff than what Nightbot lets you do. Nightbot's good for what it, like, for being something that's so click and play, but
Nightbot's got more advanced functions if you can be bothered to learn how to code it.
yeah, well, yeah.
Or, in my case, hassle Poe to code it for you. But, you know, someone do uptime for me, please.
Always interesting watching the stream delay on these sorts of things.
Yeah. That is more difficult than you might expect.
The
Because
multiple different
time-
responses.
No. The time math.
Oh.
So the uptime on mine always reports how long the stream has been live and what time it is. But the time is always based off the idea that the stream began at 9 p.m. Stream always begins at 9 p.m. So WVT that's reported there is always based off of the stream start time.
Oh, that's cool.
So in WVT, it's currently 1:15 in the morning. And of course, simultaneously, the same command will respond that it's 8:59 if you uptime any other time.
Yep. I think the thing that I couldn't figure out how to do with Nightbot that I'd initially wanted to do was multiple options, as in random responses to the same command. It just didn't want to do that nicely. And then I went, stuff it. I've seen so many people talking about Streamer.bot and that it's powerful and you can do tons of stuff with it. And I was like, all right, I'll give it a go.
Well,
It took me
the
like
one
a-
I've heard of the most is Surrey.
Yes, Siri, I've heard
Siri?
most in the Siri. I've heard most in the context of people getting hate raids and how to deal with it.
Getting nasty stuff. But I've also been following the guy that's developing it for a while, so I've seen some of the other development
Yeah.
stuff. Like, it's definitely not all about that.
No, it's just that's the only context I see it in the partner discords. It's always like I keep getting all these follow botting and stuff, and they're like, yeah, just use Siri to clean it up. It's got these root commands and blah blah blah. I'm like, okay. Unfortunately, not had to experience that.
You see, there's your problem. Is your information's coming from the Twitch partner Discord.
Well, the former Australia New Zealand one is actually pretty good. Now Asia Pacific. The North American one is a mess, but Asia Pacific one. The Asia Pacific one actually used to have people who worked at Twitch who would engage in conversation there prior to Twitch realizing that they need to make money. And like Capac did a painting thing that they'd organized as a group activity to get people to know each other.
Back during COVID.
Yeah, they hosted a talk to a vocal coach for advice about looking after your voice best. They did a few random things like that were actually arguably useful to varying extents, but nonetheless a decent attempt at being useful. But now it's all gone because it was too expensive. The funny thing is, the reason I went to Streamer.bot, I'd heard about it from all those things, but the reason I went to it, Avac.
What?
Fair enough.
I raided his channel the other day, and he was doing a thing where he was letting chat get their names on something that was for Exogate initiative. So it was like, XCOM style. Let's get chat's names on all the people so it actually matters when they die. And he used a spinner wheel to get the names on it, and I was like, I want that. I want that thing. And then I started looking into how I got it, how to get something like that, and all the answers led me back to Streamer.bot and plugins for it that could do it without me having to learn how to do it properly. And then annoying Grozob with questions about various things that relate to HTML and something style sheets or whatever it is.
CSS.
Yeah, CSS, that's the one.
A different background between me and Splitsy here.
Yeah.
My first website on GeoCities in raw HTML.
Well, I reckon Capac knows more about that stuff than I do by a big margin. Didn't you do some stuff like that at TAFE or something?
I did a little bit. The thing I remember mostly was the first lecture where the person just got up and started rattling off different formatting tags.
Right, okay.
Just stood
What
up
were you
there
going
for
to do
like
with this information?
10 minutes just going, this is the tag for italics, this is the tag for bold, this is the tag for underline.
Cool, context, 0.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the people that were there that didn't understand what a tag was or how it worked.
think a few people have been surprised when I've previously mentioned that Capac knows more programming than I do.
I mean, you. I'm quite rusty at this point.
Yeah, I wonder if my learnings from Stationeers might be enough. That statement to no longer be true.
But your learnings from Archean.
No, you learnt in Archean. I watched.
You misunderstand, sir. I was using this as an evidence to the contrary.
Hmm.
I definitely
I've
learnt a
killed
couple of things.
Splitsy.
I definitely learnt a couple of things in Archean, but it's a bit too powerful for me yet, I think, in terms of what it's capable of. I'm not ready for that kind of power.
Me neither.
I haven't seen what they've done most recently with it, actually.
I've got some plans to go back to it next week, I think.
Oh, yeah? What are you thinking you'll do in it?
Recently. Well, I do some of the stuff that I didn't do with you because you did it before we started.
Ah.
So there will be a little element of going in and actually seeing what it looks like before, if you know what I mean. But then what am I going to do in it? Well, they've released a bunch of new wheel scenarios and wheel shenanigans. We've also had recently a series of different thrusters. I think I might try and mess around with aerodynamics and see how the comparison is.
Yep.
Not build a helicopter this time. Or a VTOL. Not try and
Yeah.
code that as my first thing.
Yeah, we probably overreached ourselves a bit there, didn't we?
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, designing VTOL is overreach in real life.
Yeah. No, I would never claim to know coding. I am a consummate copy and paster. I am very good at adapting stuff you've written to something that I needed to do.
It's my little jar of men.
That's something I ask myself often. Where is my little jar of men when you need it?
Honestly, Wasted, you're still better at the copy pasting and modifying than I am. I was very proud of myself yesterday when I mostly had figured out how to take some code that Nev had written, which is why we don't have Jetpack in Wrong Way Out, and applying it to modify other aspects of the character with a script rather than modifying the characters.sbc file. Because doing that is bad.
Fair
And
enough.
I've updated it so many times.
Yeah, you want to keep it persistent so it actually doesn't break itself.
Yeah, and also the whole Capac and your suit thing. That's why
Yep.
the Jetpack restriction works for you guys. Because we're using his script. But yeah, being able to get in there and modify that script, and I was like, oh my gosh, I think I understand a small bit of where I should be medicing with this. And so I asked Grazob, and he's like, yep, that's right.
My problem is simple. I'm quite good at picking the stuff up, but it's because it's come from hosting games and then having weird requirements for those games for many years. But every single game is different language, different setup, different thing.
Yep.
And so none of the knowledge sticks.
Well, you end up not using it as often as you need to for it to stick,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, it's the same for me. Like I'll learn stuff to set up a scenario that I'm going to play, and then I'll play that scenario for 6 months and then I'll need another one.
Yeah, I've got the same thing whenever I try to do anything in Blender.
Yeah. Oh,
I guess
I
I'm
would
learning all
love
this
to-
again.
I would love to know how to use Blender better. Someone's been posting on Reddit some path traced screenshots using SE assets just as they are, but path tracing them. It just looks amazing. That I'd just love to do that to some of my builds and just show them off in that way. And even doing that feels like it's beyond me in Blender. Well beyond me. Oh, good. Checking the daycare app and see that no, Toby does not have gastro.
Yet.
Again.
Oh, I'm sure he'll get it at some point. But I had to pick him up yesterday early because they were worried that he had it. Turns out he'd probably just eaten something that didn't agree with him. He was fine this morning, so I took him to daycare. And the relief when you risk being one of those parents that sends your kid daycare sick, when it's not in fact the case. Especially as a former healthcare worker, I'm like, am I that parent? Am I going to be the one that...
problems, Blitzy.
Am I the parent? Well, not so much that. I'm more thinking, am I the one that's going to send my kid to school unless they're dying? Are they always
so
going
my parents then, understood.
You still have 4 limbs? Good. Off to school.
Yeah, that.
I called my mother up and I'd broken my fucking finger. At rugby, I hadn't broken it. I dislocated it, and then the rugby coach was like, "Oh, you've only dislocated it. Let me put it back in for you," and broke it.
And that's why you don't put... That's why the rugby coach shouldn't be put...
That's why the rugby coach doesn't put dislocated joints back in again, indeed. And then I called up my mother, and she was like, "No, I'm seeing your grandma right now. You can walk." It was 15 miles away.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's like when I got my worst result ever in a maths test in high school because I had broken my arm and nobody believed me.
I remember that.
Like, hey.
I also think that your worst result was not as bad as my worst result.
I don't know. I had some pretty bad results.
Oh, I just mean in maths. I think overall we were probably about equal in terms of our worst evers. We were not good high school students.
Is that a YouTuber common?
Being not good high school students.
Being not good high school students. Because I was definitely the sort of kid that was just like, yeah, but homework's stupid, and what if I didn't do it? And then didn't care that I didn't do it. But still did well in all the exams, so it was difficult to do anything about me.
Yeah, I was in that same boat.
Well, except we didn't do well in the exams.
Well,
Oh, you did well enough.
I
You
didn't do
did
well in
enough.
the
You
maths
couldn't just
exams.
be like, out you go.
Pretty much every other subject at high school, I did all right on the exams.
History.
Well, when we had to write like an essay in history about what was going on, I did okay. But whenever they were like, this is the material we covered this term,
At what date did this happen?
because I have no memory of this.
Capac and our history teacher. That's a story not to share. You know those stories about that high school kids often have about thinking that a teacher hates them? Like there's a specific teacher that actually just really dislikes them. Capac and our history teacher.
Oh,
As it
I
only
had plenty of teachers that I knew for a fact actually hated me. They were very open about it.
I don't think any of the teachers hated me.
Well,
I wasn't that kind of bad student.
I think I got the most hate from a teacher in high school as a AOE from my brother.
Oh,
Because
I didn't realize he was that bad.
one of the maths teachers just really hated him for some reason.
Oh. I mean, I didn't like him back then. So there were potentially reasons.
But then whenever I interacted with that teacher, who I'd never had as a teacher myself, but he was like, "Oh, you're related to him," and I'm like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, I know, you're probably right. Shadow was probably good at high school.
I can imagine Shadow was probably pretty good at high school, yeah.
Perhaps it's a generational thing. The desire to enter an industry that's in its infancy, compared to something that's existed for half of your life.
There was nothing industry related about the school I went to.
No, but you know what I mean? Like, we decided to pursue YouTube and content creation as a thing when it is very new.
In its infancy.
Yeah, compared to Shadow, who YouTube was around when she was 5.
Ah, right, yeah, it is. God damn it, shut up. You need to stop talking sometimes, I've learned.
I was reading a thing earlier about somebody saying that they're like inducting like new people into a workplace and trying to teach the younger people that they've got coming into the business. They're describing it as like the process of teaching them the computer systems is like teaching boomers the computer systems.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, given that how outdated many of these systems are.
Well, that, but also like,
because at best they'd be Windows XP era user interfaces, and that's totally foreign to someone who's grown up with touch interfaces as the dominant interface.
well, yeah, like that's it's weird to think that those days have come and gone already.
They haven't come and gone already, Capac, for one very simple reason.
No, we've got tablets now. We don't need computers. We've got the smartphones. We've got the TikToks.
The stuff that I've heard about is like having to teach that age a person how to answer a fixed phone that you don't have a caller ID for. Like how to answer a phone when you don't know who's calling. Sorry, Wasted, I jumped in on you there.
Say.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that in reality, this will all be surmounted very simply by the superiority of the mouse and keyboard over any touch interface ever in most tasks.
The mouse and keyboard are going to be replaced with AI.
That's more likely than we lose our keyboards to the touchscreen warriors.
I won't be playing Darktide anymore. I'll be shouting at the screen what I want it to do.
As long as you understand that the machine spirit will disagree.
I will say one thing though. The students I have at the university, they're really nice. They're all much nicer to each other than I think
Is there something
many of
wrong
us
with
were.
them?
That we are. Is
Yeah.
that what you're saying, Spacey?
Yeah.
I need to, at this point, reinforce that I am nice to people that aren't you.
Yeah, but I think you and I share a common trait, you being British and Australian, which is you're mostly polite and nice to people you either don't know or don't like.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, is this... Do you reckon these guys are nice because they spend a significant time as teenagers being isolated?
It might be.
Having to deal with people. Sounds a strong motivator.
But I literally just meant it as one of the things that's really nice about teaching them is it's actually makes you hopeful for the future because they.
You say that though,
try.
and then, and this is gonna sound kind of bad, but it is what it is.
It's always a good start.
The rest of my okay, so I have a brother with 2 kids, and I have a sister with a kid as well. My brother and his wife almost seem desperate to find things wrong with their children. They're excited when they get a diagnosis of ADHD and so on. And it's worrying because the reality is what I see are some normal children that are in danger of becoming more messed up if people are this pursuant of it almost. And
Don't get me started on my rant about this stuff. Based on my rants about this stuff started in my first degree at university when I was studying psychology, and I despised everything to do with the Diagnostics and Statistics Manual. It was version 4 text revision at that point. It's now DSM-5. It is the American legal system turned into a diagnostic manual. And it's a disaster.
That makes a lot of sense. Because I don't know anything about that side of things. I just know what I've been seeing from an external perspective of someone that, this is my nephew and niece. I happen to like them a lot, but, it was only a couple of weeks ago that I was downstairs and suddenly, apparently, my niece has ADD. And it's like, no, she doesn't. She's a 14-year-old. That's what she's got. She's afflicted with being 14 currently. And she'll get over it, don't worry. It'll take a few years. Maybe just one, in fact. But afflicted by 14 and the culture around her. Yes, she spends a lot of time on our phone. Big surprise.
Yeah. She's a 14-year-old.
She's a 14-year-old, and you gave her a phone, and you don't take it away. And then on the other side of things, I've got the final niece is someone who I think legitimately does have potentially some mental problems that wherever they've come from, don't know. I mean, she's part of a very fractured family. But the only thing she's got to say for herself is she's one of the only people I've legitimately met whose vocabulary consists entirely of those memes that you've heard about the youth, but you never actually believed they said. And that's all she said. And it's entirely acceptable for her during any conversation to just respond skibbity. And everyone else deals with this as if this is okay. And I slowly die inside.
You're just an old man, Wasted.
No, because old men
kids,
much older than me
get
are
these
apparently...
kids off my lawn.
So no, unfortunately, I do not believe that the generation ahead of us is offering a huge amount of hope. There may be a generation in the middle that are, but the current one are messed up.
Well, the ones I'm talking about are mostly between the ages of 17 and 20.
Yeah.
They've gotten through that phase and then gotten into medicine.
See, my
so
hypothesis...
the ones that would have grown up like just before the massive banking collapse in 2008, or maybe just a bit during, but have generally arrived at a point where things were fairly stable, and we
then
weren't
got
getting
COVID
screwed
during
over.
their
And then
prime formative years.
I don't think that COVID. This is a very contentious opinion, but I don't think that COVID, for a cultural approach, was necessarily a negative thing.
See, my hypothesis is that these
Changes
kids,
As far as
these
like,
kids you
no,
talk
as
about,
far as
impactful.
everything else, massively problematic. But when it comes to how people thought about each other, I think COVID was one of the few times where, for a majority of people, they suddenly thought, "Hang on a second, I have a fellow citizen."
And I have a family.
You know, and I have a family. I actually think that stuff was not negative in that one regard.
I will say I had a delightful time during the first week of the first lockdown. Because well, for me it was weird because I worked the whole way through, then nothing changed.
Yeah.
Except I had to wear a mask all the time and the roads were really clear and I had no traffic to deal with. So that was delightful. It took 20 minutes off my commute. But I also had a delightful experience because our lockdown initially, we were still allowed to exercise in our local area. We just weren't allowed to leave our local area. So what you had was just people walking around their local area in the middle of the day. It was sunny, it was summer, and being like, "Hey, how you going?" Just people were just like, "I don't have to go to work today. Sweet." It was when the realities of having to homeschool their kids kicked in that they didn't enjoy it so much. But that first week was delightful.
My hypothesis about these kids being nice is that they didn't have to socialize with teenagers for a significant chunk of COVID. So that turned them into nice people.
Yeah.
I'm glad that didn't come across wrong, because that was a tiptoey one, but I don't know. It's just like,
I think the drive for a
if you
lot
keep
of
focus on a specific area, there are sometimes benefits.
Yeah.
I just remember some of the dumb stuff in the UK that was coming out on social media and so on. You know, people arranging that at midday they would all go out and dance on the street and things like that. Just really stupid stuff. But it was kind of fantastic. There's a sort of a vibe of community solidarity that is unfortunately sorely missing most of the time.
Oh yeah. Well, so my partner also works in health. She went to the bottle shop to pick up a bottle of wine on the way home. She was in her uniform, and the person in front of her in the queue paid for her stuff. Just out of
Yeah,
nowhere.
you know what I mean?
There was a lot of just people being nice to people who were trying to do their best at the time.
Well, I mean, but the thing is,
This is why we need an alien invasion.
it wasn't just at the time. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is
Yeah, some of that.
it was a rare occasion where people started to realize that actually other people mattered.
Hmm.
Whereas mostly we're quite good at forgetting that.
Was a sucky time for my 3090 to die, though.
When has not been a sucky time for graphics cards since, unfortunately, Mr.
Yeah,
Splitty?
since. Yeah.
Actually, that's not true. If you happen to pre-order the 40 series in the UK, you weren't too bad. You got screwed a little bit by the fact that you lived in Europe tax,
Yeah.
but that is a default, so you can't get around that regardless.
I actually made it out of that with my 3080 quite well because I got it when it was like $1,500 or something, and then when they got the next wave of stock in, they were all up to $2,500.
Yeah, you and I bought right in that first wave of the 30 series in Australia.
Because we were both fishing for the founders cards.
Yeah, but I.
Didn't get any.
In Australia, yeah, good luck.
Well, that was the last time. I think that was the last and first time that the Founders Edition cards
But
actually
even
came
then,
to Australia.
like what?
But they
got,
were
like,
balloted.
40?
Yeah.
But if I recall correctly, we both went for a 3080 and a 3090.
Yeah.
Knowing that
the other person could have the other one.
Yeah. And neither of us got either.
Nope. But we still got our AIB ones at a reasonable price for what they have delivered for us since. So could be worse.
You know, you said it could be worse, and I looked at my computer, kind of expecting it to burst into flames.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, I've pulled the lucky cards. I bought a 1080 Ti Founders direct from Nvidia for £699, which seems utterly unbelievable these days. And then went straight from that to the 40 series, which was also a pre-order from Nvidia.
Well, I'm hoping that in a very selfish fashion, that the 5060 is terrible.
I mean, it seems like it.
It's unlikely to be anything else.
I mean,
Looking at the 5070, which seems to be, from all understanding at the moment, based off of the 5060 die. And that's why the 5070 is pretty rubbish.
Yeah. But the reason I want it to be bad, from very selfish
I know
perspective,
why. Feel free to
because-
explain, but I know why.
Yeah. Well, when I last talked about graphics card in the Discord, I got a very, very generous Patreon contribution and intended to help me with that situation. So I went and bought a 4070 for my stream rig. My stream rig has a 4070, my main rig has a 3090, and that's why I can have my floating Capacs back.
which is the only reason.
Yeah. Because I needed a GPU that could actually handle doing that scene. And because I bought a 4070, I want the
Surely it's
5060 to be
just-
terrible so that the 4070 still feels like it was worth doing.
Surely that's just chroma key.
It's a complex chroma key, but it took my 1080. So my 1080 was sitting at 58% utilization in just bare nothing OBS.
Yeah, all right, fair. No, that explains everything. Not even that 1080 kind of on its own. Like add a chroma key on top, MBank, yeah.
Yeah. Like when I've got that scene open with my 4070, let me just see what it is. And unfortunately, I couldn't get the 4070 Ti Super because none exist in Australia anymore. Because that possibly would have been what would have pushed myself up for the dual encoders, because that's the lowest dual encoder. But I was like, honestly, the dual encoders are probably not worth it. Let's just save $600 if I could even have found one. I go to the Capac screen. How much CPU utilization do I have?
Yeah, the affordable sweet spot, there is no such thing because you can't get the cards that are the affordable
Yeah.
sweet spot.
Yeah. So with
Like,
the
in reality, the affordable sweet spot right now is the 9070 XT, but good luck finding one.
with my Be Right Back screen up, the my GPU usage in Task Manager is 47% on a 4070. And that video actually does 25% of my video decode on the 4070.
I mean, at the moment... We are rocking 47% of the 2080 Super,
Mm-hmm.
rendering nothing but the input from a capture card, which is doing all of the encoding on board. So the camera is capture carded, so it's not even like it's having to worry about most of the encoding load for that, and Capac's little stream view.
How about your
If
intro
I-
screen?
My intro screen, I was about to say, if I switch to the intro screen and we go over here, this is about to jump to max load. Especially if I switch out
Yeah, if you go to the live view and put
that
your
video.
guitar camera.
No, actually. The one I need to turn on is off the bottom of the screen because I'm on a smaller aspect ratio on this second monitor. Can I see the thing, please?
I should also mention that my 47% load is with the Blackmagic capture card, which is much less friendly in the signal it sends.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But much nicer to look at.
Oh, there it is. I need to rename this. Right. Like that. 97%.
Yeah.
99%.
I think I'd asked you about that, and you told me that before I pulled the trigger.
Admittedly, I'm still running 6.2, 6.4 milliseconds a frame, so there is like maybe half a frame of a drop a minute. But it's starting to drop frames running that on an AMD Epic with 128 gigs of RAM and a 2080 Super and capture cards entirely dedicated to running this. That's all it's doing, and it's got a maxed graphics card. And the CPU is at 20% because, yeah, it's a 16-core CPU. Like 16 physical core CPU.
Yep, OBS is
OBS be heavy.
yeah.
Especially if you use it. And this is before I even open the studio mode and make it worry about 2 different scenes.
Studio mode never seemed to make any impact for me.
Let's have a look. I've got a capture card intentionally. No impact whatsoever.
Hmm.
I guess it's got all the stuff open at once.
Yeah, this is
Unless
what I
you,
think.
I mean, I do explicitly have all of my like browser sources, video sources, etc. I all have those intentionally unloaded when I change scenes. If they're not active, they're unloaded from memory because that became a problem because I have a lot of sources. Yeah, surprisingly hard to run.
Yeah, you. It's no surprise when you look at that stuff why Shaq had to get rid of the Elite Dangerous HUD mod from our play together, because every time he ran it, sim speed dropped. Every time he got in a cockpit.
Oh yeah, well, Shaq is trying to do all this on a single rig.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, exactly.
And not only that, but I mean, I will pat my own back because he's running it on a rig I recommended, but it is a laptop as well. Shaq's a lunatic. He's single rig streams from a laptop on an ultra wide monitor.
I'm not sure you needed the details about the computer in that statement.
Just everything about this is wrong.
Hey,
Well, at this point, it's not even a new computer.
I've completed a unit.
Woo! Well done, Capac.
The
A
unit,
turtle made it to the water.
the tiniest tanks in the universe. My light is too bright.
Hang on. Man, them some tiny tanks. Mostly barrel, I notice.
These ones are the little Cyclops remote control explosion tanks.
A surprisingly large amount of barrel for a...
Yeah.
No, that's these ones. Which ones are you looking at?
It looks like there's a barrel.
Barrel? There's no barrel.
Oh, the base plate, because it's got the Y shape on it.
Yeah.
It looked like barrel.
Right. No, that's the paving underneath.
You should make sure it's... Oh, you've already stuck them down, haven't you?
I mean, okay, none of them are on the pavement in a way that the lines orient themselves that they would look like a barrel.
No, one of them is. The one in your right hand. Yeah, that one.
What, this one? I guess maybe if it's on the right angle.
Yeah.
Like that.
It was the angle it was at.
Alright, these guys still need to dry a bit. Let's do the planes. I could do some of the metallics on these robo dudes.
So, Capac, when are we going to play with these figures that you've been painting?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Nice conversation with you.
Mr.
Do a whole
Squizzy.
bunch more terrain.
Yes, Mr. Wasted.
Maybe this is a time to invite you to the oft talked about and eventually will actually happen, I absolutely promise.
I know those things.
Kill team. Shenanigans.
Oh yeah, we've talked about that once or twice.
So basically, I'd love to stream some actual game shenanigans, but obviously, one of the best things about doing the minis is actually having minis. So my plan is to do a little thing where I either via people posing it to me or via painting them myself assemble a kill team, which is a sort of simplified game mode 5 to 10 person squad version of Warhammer. Paint up the minis, and then we play via TeamSpeak and an actual set of cameras, where we have a full on table and we roll dice and we play it as intended,
Really?
but remotely.
Yeah, I've often thought that was be a good way to do a lot of this stuff, especially with you two doing these streams together.
Okay, so this is actually interesting because Splitsy has sort of already played Kill Team.
Oh, is that what we effectively played with the
Yeah, so the Dark Tide board game is like a stripped down version of the Kill Team rules.
Okay.
So, basically, it would be like the Dark Tide board game, except you'd be controlling all of the characters instead of just one. And there's
Yep.
a few more
Or-
like bells and whistles for like special rules and things you can do.
Or hear me out, Capac. There is plenty of room within the Dark Tide rules to have a 2v2 scenario instead of a 1v1, both controlling the same team. I really don't think it takes much modification. You just go, hey, control those units.
No, the Dark Tide tabletop game is like a PVE, not a versus
Oh,
thing.
fair enough. I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm a men with kill team. But when it comes to the translation to kill team, you could easily have 2 people running 1 kill team.
Oh yeah. They did apparently do some rules for PVE for Kill Team. I never saw any follow up on it, so I don't know how people found them.
was momentarily distracted by people complaining about the new Discord UI.
Oh yeah, I saw a pop up when I booted it up this morning, but I didn't into it.
You mean just use combat mode, Strubs?
I mean, Discord's just. Ugh.
Just
I disliked
accept that
them
it's
for a
just
while.
IRC. Go into combat mode. You'll be fine.
I don't think I realized when I stopped using IRC all those years ago that I would actually not stop using IRC all those years ago.
Yeah. Comes back around. It's like fashion.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
isn't
this is
Twitch
very
chat
familiar.
and YouTube chat based off it?
IRC based, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Well, each of you plays on a green surface, and then you get someone to overlay the 3 armies onto one background. Hmm.
That sounds slightly more complex.
It's confusing, but potentially amusing. I think Capac's original hopes around tabletop gaming together had actually hinged on me sorting out my tabletop setup here.
Oh, I realised. I was throwing in some shenanigans.
Oh, I'm glad, because the reality is
I mean,
I have not made any progress on that.
I'm somewhat hindered in tabletop gaming by the fact that I don't have a table.
Hmm?
Makes things difficult.
You have room for a table?
Not really. I mean, I do sort of have a table, but it's an outdoor table. And it's huge, and it's outdoors. And every time I even vaguely consider using it, it rains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my brother, when he used to do Warhammer stuff when we were kids, they used a table tennis table to Tenebris.
Yeah, I have thought about picking up something like that, like a folding table or something, but it's hard to find ones that are the right size.
Well, I would have
And-
thought 2 of the cheap Bunnings tables might be about the right size. They fold up pretty well.
I was hoping to get, like, one, so I wouldn't have to be
I know, but
doing
I was just thinking in
multiple.
terms of something that folds up compact and is quite cheap to buy.
Did see some really cool tables that were like a gas lift coffee table. So you can use it as like a dining table or a coffee table because it's got like 2 different heights.
It sounds like a thing that'll be working every time you want to use it.
Yeah, there is that.
Pleased with that?
He is looking like a fancy lad.
Well, at the moment, just pleased with that color on the helmet.
The blend.
Just the blend of building up that yellow and orange. You almost ended up looking bronze. The little skirt thing's pretty cool as well. Getting there. Only ruined it entirely by putting that contrast paint on, but we'll be fine. We'll recover. Very, very slowly.
It's alright, I only ruined it entirely a little bit.
Yep. Have I seen / shared any thoughts on the upcoming BattleTech Gothic? Well, would it happen that I had indeed mentioned this a little earlier? We had what we call a good ruffle and generally questioned sanity and where it lives these days.
Man, I'm glad I decided to do this voxel handing stuff when you guys were painting. Been a good distraction.
I mean, in the grand scheme, it's not dissimilar.
That was my thinking when I was like, actually, I'm going to go annoy them and drop in their chat. They don't seem to mind when I turn up.
Don't
Guests
tell
are
him.
welcome.
What was that, Capac?
Said, don't tell him.
Yeah, we took opposite angles on that one.
Diametrically opposed.
Yeah, I figured if you didn't want visitors, you'd be in Wasteds. Or if you didn't want me to visit, you'd be in Wasteds. Same speak.
We're in
Or it-
Capac seems to be because it's Capac's jam. This is Capac shenanigans. I just happen to be joining.
Yeah, this is the fewest number of button presses.
Also, I
Yeah.
make him to be the one that sends the co-stream invite every time.
Oh,
So.
that's true, you do too.
Like on my end, all I have to do is reopen the same because the browser I use for music and other shenanigans when I'm streaming is Firefox, but I have Chrome here as well, and I've got Capac's window saved open on Chrome. So when Chrome, all I've got to do is click on Chrome, and it just immediately rejoins the previous session.
Which
So
is...
my effort is literally click Chrome, and then I'm in the shared chat.
That is
Whereas
also exactly
Capac
how
has
I'm
to
running
work at it. God damn it. He's got my tricks.
Well, this is why I use why I've used Edge on and off for the last few years. It's just easier to have my different YouTube accounts signed into different browsers.
Yep. My main rig has Firefox and Chrome again, but they're instead set up to one signed into one YouTube account and one signed into the other one. It is a thing.
Because I know there's like profiles you can use in Chrome to do a similar thing, but it never seemed to work as well.
I assume you're better than Shaq and use OBS profiles.
Yeah, I've got 3 OBS profiles, one for recording, one for Twitch streaming, and one for YouTube streaming.
Yeah. Good man. As it should be done.
Annoyingly though, OBS doesn't like to have different canvas sizes in different profiles.
No, it's not perfect, but
So when I previously had a 4K profile, it didn't work.
it was mostly that I spent ages listening to Shaq go live to the wrong channel constantly. And just like, come on, man. You could just duplicate it and put the details in, and then there you go. Take YouTube when you want to go YouTube.
I think I finally did it properly when I was streaming to my second YouTube channel.
Yeah, because then you've even got an extra bit of shenanigans in the mix.
So I was streaming to YouTube in 2 different ways, but I was also streaming to YouTube and Twitch one day, then one and the other, and just the change constantly. I was like, this has got to be a better way.
Uh-oh. Raid.
Uh-oh.
Raiders.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Attack.
Capac noticed a raid.
Only if it's not you.
But I played the sound alert. Maybe it didn't play the sound alert.
It
when
did.
you raid.
I saw it appear on your stream.
Oh. Well,
You don't escape that easy, Capac.
there's no accounting for these things. Welcome, Raiders.
Twitch bugs.
Playing the Split Fiction.
I've always been fortunate to be able to be very lazy about who I raid at the end of my streams. Because Wasted is nearly always live. I haven't really had to think about finding people.
Yeah, it's a nightmare for me.
See ya, Magica. Thanks for dropping by.
Time
I
of
just-
day I end.
Yeah. Do you like? I presume often you just don't, because I often
Yeah,
don't.
it's like raiding is something that I highly encourage people to do, and it's a good way of just. I don't even think I'm not going to go through the shenanigans that people will normally say. Oh, it's a good way of networking. I mean, no. The reason you raid is simply it's a good way to support the Twitch mentality in general. As a content creator on Twitch, Twitch is equally your platform to some extent. In that, if without it, you ain't going anywhere.
Yep.
And I think it doesn't hurt to encourage the whole vibe of there are other good streamers out there. Stay on Twitch, because by supporting Twitch as a whole, you're supporting yourself.
Yeah.
So,
I did-
you know, I think there's a strong argument for rating there. I don't think there's a very good argument for rating on the basis of you should do it because you're going to build community relationships and blah, 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 blah. Most
I think that's. I
of
think
the
that only
time.
applies if you actually have a connection of some sort to the person you're raiding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a pre-established.
yeah, that kind of stuff only works like retroactively.
Like, for me, like as a recent example, you know, I realized that I only recently realized that Avac was streaming around the time sometimes when I end that you're not live and he was, and so I was like, oh, someone I legit know who I think has a pretty similar feel to me, so the audience will actually like. That seems like a good place to send them. But just some random person that I have no idea about, and you could end up walking you like dumping everyone into a meme chat. It's like, nope.
Well, and we live in a weird environment where you also never know what scenario you're living in. You know, one of the things that I wouldn't say took me aback, but was the thing that I definitely realized when I first raided Capac, which was a number of years ago, was this point where it was like, just because you played the same game as another creator and are both fairly big in that same game space doesn't mean they have any idea who the hell you are.
Yep. Internet fame is a fickle and very weird thing. Do you mean do you mean the audience, or do you mean the person?
The person.
Oh, that surprises me.
It doesn't me when I thought about it after. I was just like, no. How much time do you actually have to go and just search other creators in the same
Yeah.
space? You know, if they're a creator that's not outwardly interacting with a community that you're involved with,
Yeah.
Just you're not gonna come across them. In some games that happens, but in this case it was RimWorld.
Ah.
And
I
I
don't
was
think
just like,
RimWorld's
no,
a big thing for Havoc.
it was for a bit.
Maybe. Because I first found him through something like much less
It's a
graphic.
big isn't perhaps not the right word, but yeah.
But yeah,
Is RimWorld graphic?
I mean, in terms of themes, yes.
Right, fair.
I was because like more of the games that I was familiar with, like that I would have thought him associated with, were like Stonehearth and games that have a bit more of that sort of vibe, a bit more friendly, lighter end of things.
I've actually played a lot of stuff.
True.
Unsurprisingly.
As actually, do you have any recollection of how many games Steam said you played last year on that topic?
Over 100.
Yeah, I didn't play that many, but I was surprised by how many it actually is now. Because I think it's a lot more than it was before I ever started live streaming.
Oh yeah.
But it is really tricky finding people who are live, who have the right feel for what you think your audience would like to make a raid worthwhile. Because by the time you're raiding, you usually don't want to stay on Twitch anymore. You are tired and hungry.
You are done. That's why you're ending stream.
Yeah. And that's I think the fatal flaw of the rating system.
Well, it's also part of the reason why I will always maintain that raiding is something I'll do when I'm up for it. It's not supposed to be like a default thing.
Yeah.
We don't raid by default. We raid because I'm up for it. Because one of the things is, if I'm going to raid someone, especially someone new, I
you
don't
don't
want to
wanna
be
raid them.
raiding them and then not being able to actually introduce myself to them. And be
Yeah.
like, hey, this is me. This is my dudes.
I was honestly so naive about the whole Twitch ethos when I first started streaming on Twitch that I disabled raids. Because the first few that I'd had, it was just like chat spam, and I'm like, what? I don't want this. Completely not understanding what they actually were, and it was people just being excited for the person they watched having dragged them to someone else.
Yep.
And I just
It's
completely
a very
misinterpreted
different
it.
environment. It's a very weird environment. Like sometimes a bunch of people arriving and spamming your chat is a good thing.
Yeah. I have no doubt that I have streamed more on Twitch than I have watched on Twitch.
I distinctly remember listening to Total Biscuit talking about Twitch and raids on Twitch and like raid etiquette and that kind of stuff, and being like, I have no idea what he's talking about. This is all a thing I'll never have to deal with. Don't worry about paying attention.
Bit of co-optional, no less, I suspect.
Yep.
One thing with all this stuff, whenever I talk about it to Shadow, finds it hilarious how uncomfortable I am with all of it.
What?
Just anything related to like the Twitch culture side of things, I am just so unable to wrap my head around properly.
No, I think, unfortunately, Mrs. Blizzy, I think you and me share a trait here, and I suspect that Mr. Capac does as well. That trait is that we're over the age of 40.
I would love
And
to
we
say it's
just
just
don't
because
get
I'm
it
old,
anymore.
but I think I would have been like this at 15. I've always been a bit of an
you
old
would
man.
like to think you would have been like this.
Old man in this front.
But instead, you are a peer pressure driven teenager like everyone else. And you would have been skibiddying toilet with the rest of them.
Wonder what the equivalent would be.
Oh, we blatantly got to that. That's a very good question. What is our generation's equivalent?
Yeah,
of the
because then I can
'Cause
actually have
you can
somewhat of a judgment on it.
contextualize it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the old like Simpsons stuff.
Well, no, I don't think so. I think Simpsons was. I think would maybe South Park.
I mean, there was certainly like Simpsons gags that people would say in like the 90s that would
Yes.
make no sense out of context to anyone else, and any adults nearby would look at you like you were insane.
Did they really?
Yeah. Well, unless they watch The Simpsons as well.
I think Katie's might have it. Anything with Ali G. I think that's more it, and I hated that stuff as a teenager. This is why I think I've always been old.
I mean, I think
I'm just
part
finally
of-
caught up.
part of our particular problem is we were just before the whole like internet culture thing, where like those kind of things, when we were in high school, it would be you would get it if you watched that show or whatever it was, and if you didn't, then you didn't. Now you don't need a kid doesn't need to have watched the source filmmaker or whatever it is that the Skibbity toilet is from. It's spread far beyond that boundary to where people are repeating it without even knowing what its original source material is.
Well, I guess that kind of ties back to quoting The Simpsons, because quoting Simpsons and Futurama was often quoting something much older.
Yeah, but
You see,
the quotes from The Simpsons weren't then spreading. I mean, they are now. You have things like the Principal Skinner cooking the steamed hams, which has turned into a meme which people now will quote things from, and they don't even know that it's originally from The Simpsons because it's spread so far.
you see, for someone from the south of the UK, grew up in the 80s, there were two things that I would think would stand out as cultural like things from back then that are equivalent. One is you know when you've been tangoed,
What?
which was a viral advertising campaign by the drink brand Tango that involved a man in a green suit, like a green fat suit that looked a bit like an alien, with a massive hand hiding behind a bush. Sorry, not green, orange. Colorblind, remember? Orange, hiding behind a bush, and then someone would like be on the street and then open a can of Tango. They would take a drink from the Tango, and then he would jump out from behind a bush, and he would slap them around the face, and then it would say, "You know when you've been tangoed." And it caused a massive spree of kids slapping each other in schools out of nowhere, hiding behind like objects and just jumping out and slapping each other to the extent that it got banned. So that would be number one. And number two, a little bit more unfortunate, would be massive homophobia.
Just in general.
Just in general.
Yeah. Especially when things like some of the stand-up from the 80s was kind of having a second go around.
Mm.
Like Eddie Murphy's stuff.
It was just a thing. And I don't, it feels bad to say it, but I feel it's necessary to say it, because if you don't recognize that that's what that period was. It's like, there was a lot of it.
Yeah, it was a lot of it, I think, was hangover from a lot of messaging that came around HIV in the late 80s and into the early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Getting co-opted in various ways and that are horrible.
Out of interest, I know you'll notice this. Capac won't in a million years. Have you seen any difference in the gate behavior tonight?
Yeah, it's been much rarer.
I had a feeling it might be.
What did you do?
I'm using the different amp.
Oh, yeah.
And I have a feeling the gate in this amp is much better than the Go XLR one. Ironically, I think the Go XLR preamp is better. I mean, it sort of makes sense when you're buying one preamp for $399 or 16 preamps for $399. I think you can figure out which one's going to be the more expensive preamp. But it looks like Behringer's overall knowledge as far as how to implement digital effects is
your
notable.
thing's a Behringer.
Yeah.
Huh. Because when you read the reviews of the Behringer stuff that's streamer intended, they're not nice.
This is not streamer intended in the slightest. This was specifically recommended me by Black Sheep.
Yeah,
this is actually for the band. And then when I got it, I was like, hang on a second. What exactly prevents this from just being an 18-channel Go XLR? And the answer is nothing. It even presents itself in useful Windows audio format, no ASIO stupidness. And the big one was that the idea was it's for the band, and I bought. The purpose is simple. These little things. They're cool. On one side, it has an XLR. On the other side, it has a headphone port and a volume jack. It is powered by the XLR. You plug these into the aux ports, and every single band member now has a monitor mix that goes back to their headphones that can contain any channel. Then combo that up with the fact that this thing it has no built-in controls. It's all via not USB, but Ethernet, wireless, and Bluetooth. The USB just does the outputs. I'm actually controlling this. The interface I'm using is through Ethernet.
Yeah, which has a big benefit over mine, which is USB interface, because you can then control it from either PC.
I can not just
PC,
that,
or
but
any
when
device.
it comes to the band, it has a built-in Wi-Fi router, and will accept connections from any number of inputs at once. And they have two different apps. One that is the full-fledged, here is access to everything app, and one that just gets you access to control the mixing section of it. So I can go, yo guys, you're listening to your band feedback through this. This is plugged into our mixer that's also recording. You want to hear what's going on and control how loud things are, because sometimes, you know, if I'm sure you use a mix minus, right? You hear yourself back in your own headphones.
No, I don't.
What?
No, I can't stand
What?
hearing myself.
What?
Yeah.
This man, heresy.
No, I so all my mix balancing was done through me recording and listening back. And because I still edit myself, I hear when I've screwed something up. And especially with single player stuff, I can fix it.
Heresy.
My
It's word.
It's why it's why I just hate hearing that. I find I start listening to that rather than paying attention to the conversation that's being had.
You get used to it.
And I was just like, yeah. And also, I think when I started out,
you get used to it.
Yeah.
You started out and you had some latency. Is blatantly what it is.
Yeah, and it was impossible. I just couldn't talk because I just kept hearing myself.
Yeah, if there's any latency in it, then it doesn't work. No, that's fair enough. But when you don't have latency, it's just like, oh, I just hear myself as myself.
Yeah, I'd be interested in trying that with a set of closed back headphones to see how I tolerate that, because that might be a way to get me so I don't have to use open back. Although open back sounds better.
It does. That's why I use open back headphones. It's not because I can hear myself more clearly. I use direct feedback. I use open back headphones because they just sound better.
Mine is because I listen to
I'll
myself.
I'll just slowly get better and better gates until it works.
But yeah,
Yes, and another positive mixer feature. You do have some very solid built-in gate shenanigans and very good monitoring for it. And the best EQ ever. Look at it. Oh, it's so good.
So,
where do we deboost?
Welcome everybody to Capac Paints with two German audio engineers.
Alright, Capac.
I was just trying to think what would have to change for me to get a new mixer. I spent a lot of money on this mixer now, many years ago, thankfully.
What would have to change? It would have to break, because that is
would.
a very good reason to go and get a new mixer, and otherwise there is no reason to change it as long as it works.
Because
Again, the only reason I'm playing with this is actually for the band, and I picked it up and went, oh, what have I just unlocked? Oh God, how does anything? I'm gonna have to use this for something if I want even half a chance of being able to show up in a band scenario and go, hey guys, let me just, you know, I had to do something with it. I've got to use it for some scenario and check it all works. And so, hello everybody. And honestly, with this mic in particular, the Procaster, I haven't tried it fully with the SM7B yet, but with the Procaster, its preamps are creamy. I think my secondary mic sounds way better than it normally does.
I'm still using a Fathead on my SM58.
The Go XLR. I mean, it's worth noting that we're still doing it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Capac. It just dawned on me. I was about to say, like, the Go XLR is unusual because it provides 72 dB through its preamps, which are still Midas based, whereas this thing's only 60.
Last thing I'll say on this, Capac, is that I remember buying this mixer because we were recording in the same room, and I wanted to have ways to get Capac's audio to my PC and his PC to mine, and all other weird shenanigans. So I wanted lots of ins and outs. And one of the really nice things about audio gear when you buy non-streamer focused stuff, unlike stuff you buy like graphics cards, unless it breaks, that is not money that's gone. That is something you are going to have for ages. So it feels much more worthwhile.
I mean, for perspective, the I do use when I'm not streaming, I do still have a setup for speakers on my PC because it's my main media center, and sometimes it's nice to not have headphones on your head for the entire day. So I still run a speaker setup, but that speaker setup is a set of B&W or Bowers and Wilkins or Willikins DM602S2s powered by an Arcam Alpha 8R amplifier, which are numbers and words. The important part being that they are also the thing that I bought with the very first paycheck I ever got.
Huh.
My first paycheck, I bought a set of hi-fi speakers and an amplifier, and I am still using them.
I have some Harman Kardon sound sticks that I bought at Costco for about $100. That are the speakers for my PC, and I haven't used them in 6 years.
Nah. You were definitely using them when we were last housemates.
Yeah, I think that was the last time.
Yeah, we were housemates less than 6 years ago.
Was it?
Capac, what? 6 years ago?
2019.
That's pre-COVID.
Yeah, just before.
We were housemates during COVID.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I know that is true. I'm trying to
And
remember.
you're using your
I'm trying to
trying to
remember
find
how
a way
long
out of
it
it.
was true for, because I also moved into my apartment during COVID times.
Yeah, but it was late COVID. It was 2021, wasn't it?
Remember that time when famously everyone says that all the times blurred together? Yes,
Yeah,
I'm struggling to remember when things happened during it.
The hopes and dreams we had for that shared office space.
It was never a good idea.
Oh, it was a good idea. I'm very glad I had it
Well then,
because it was a good idea. It was a good idea for me because before my partner and I moved into our house, we had some renovations done on it, and that took much longer than expected. And so I had somewhere to stream from and record from and edit in
And
because I
also
didn't have space where we were living.
When I was moving out, that was very handy as well.
Yeah. No, it ended up being handy as this is an interim space for us to occasionally record and stream from while we don't have a home to do it from.
Yeah.
But it was never a good space for us to do stuff together because shortly after we got it, we weren't allowed to be there together.
Also,
Not that
gym.
anyone would have known. Yeah, the stupid gym. Ugh. And the stupid CG Nat. I'm almost certain. Was the problem?
Hello. I mean, the thing that my connection has had the entire time I've been streaming.
Yeah, that. I'm pretty sure that's why I couldn't stream to Twitch and could happily stream to YouTube for ages. And because I didn't have control over the internet access that I had there, I couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Alright, do I hate myself enough to do any more of these armor panels in red?
You know the answer to that, Capac.
Could do the access hatch on the back. Oh, might think about that for a bit. In the meantime, I can wash my fuselage.
You sure you're allowed to do that on Twitch?
I don't know. I'll have to consult the terms of service.
It depends how much of a fuselage you show.
Oh, so he's allowed to wash it if he's on a beach and using the washing facilities there?
Or if he happens to move the beach into his bedroom.
You have to be in a proper fuselaging environment, so I have to have a picture of a hangar in the background.
It's supposed to be painting, for fuck's sake. This is quite small details.
The more topics of conversation like this that come up, the more I'm glad I don't do any streams at a time where I'd feel happy to have a beer or two. Okay, chance. Anyone else's brain started to turn to goo from wasted splits in Capac?
Don't listen to Fog. Fog's brain's already goo. He's sniffed too much CA.
I'm impressed that anyone's made it this long in our streaming careers in general. I'm surprised they're not all just a bunch
Ourselves
of vegetables.
included.
Ourselves especially.
Made it is a strong word.
All right, Fog. Which bit of that was the gooeyest? Yes, I asked that question because I could specifically phrase it that way.
I hope you're going to add
gooey.
that to the soundboard.
Well, there's no point adding my own voice to the soundboard. I could tell you what the plugin is so you can have a soundboard if you want to do it, Capac. But that would be effort, and you won't do it, so I haven't bothered.
I don't know if my Stream Deck sound samples are still working or not.
Oh, yeah, you've got that as well, don't you?
Let's see. Right button. Did anybody hear that?
Nope.
Well, it's not working on the chat side. I don't know if the stream heard it.
Yeah, that's why I like the plugin that works with TeamSpeak because I know you guys can hear it.
And that's why I like the Go XLR.
I don't.
Is it like just
If it's
is
set
all
up properly,
built
it just does it.
in? Yeah, it just does it.
I may not have set the stream deck up to be picked up as audio for anything. I set it up in here. So I didn't really
But don't
use
you
it
ever
for
go
that.
XLR?
Yeah, but the stream deck has a thing for putting like audio samples on, so you can use it as a soundboard. But I didn't really
Also,
use
if
it
you've
for
got
that, so I didn't set it to the Go XLR as like an output.
Ah.
Well, no, the thing is also the Mini doesn't have it.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the big Go XLR only features.
Right.
So if Capac has the little one, he won't have it anyway.
But the it did play the sound, but it played it on the stream PC, which I think is only set to output any sounds to my headset. Because since I'm tabling everything else through the Go XLR, I didn't need any sounds from that PC to play, so it's not included.
Yep.
So I'm in a difficult position at the moment, though. I've just got this new setup, which I actually quite like. You know, for a first night, it's proving to pretty usable, pretty controllable. I'm sure I can get it further than that. The problem is, this is supposed to be for the band. And I really don't fancy the shenanigans that comes from taking a mixer
Mm-hmm.
over USB and unplugging it and replugging it repeatedly.
And doing different mixes, so you got to make sure you don't accidentally overwrite the wrong
Ye-
mix. 'Cause I'm assuming you
Yeah.
can save multiple different mixes.
Oh no, it can say multiple different mixes. You got profiles, you got
Yeah.
loadable bits for all the various bits, but all of this just says, yeah, that's fine. It has all this stuff. You're still going to mess it up though.
And
But
so
at
now
some point,
Wasted
you're
has to buy
still
another
gonna.
one.
So now I kind of feel the need to buy a second one. Yeah.
Yep.
Although maybe I get the big boy.
A 3636 or something like that.
Well, no, they have one of these that's up channeled, but also has the touchscreen built in.
Ah.
So if you wanted to use it standalone, you could do that, and then I could decide which one was the right one for the band.
I was half expecting the big boy was a rack mount one.
No, this is a rack mount.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah, I forgot. You haven't actually. You have no idea. Yeah, you don't know what this looks like, do you?
Nope.
It doesn't look like what you think. That's part of what's good about it.
Well, mine's rack mountable, but it's mini. Because I imagine, like yours, it's just the inputs and outputs. As your comparison point, I just sent you the link to what mine looks like.
All right.
I thought you guys said you were going to stop.
We did stop, and then we started again.
This has gotten worse.
Man, that face is fire. Wow. Okay, so yeah, the main difference. Oh. Main difference is yours focuses heavily on TRS, but maybe is it the stuff on the back? And then I've just got XLR for days.
Ah.
The combo XLR TRS port, everyone's favorite. Capac's favorite, I believe.
Well, I do actually know more about audio connectors than I know about actual audio.
Yep, I had a feeling that might be the case.
Those combo ports are pretty useful.
And what is your thought on the TRS connector as a whole?
I mean, as something that's been in service since like the 1800s, it's had a pretty good run.
It's not doing badly. Fair.
I feel like the having a 2.5mm 4-pole connector is a nightmare, both in terms of its actual use and trying to put one together.
Thank you. Even 3.5 mil is a thing, but how did we end up here? Why did we do this?
We should just replace all of the audio connectors with USB-C. Sure, that will cause no problems for anybody.
1 second, contacting the bald man. Heresy needs to be dealt with. Blessed, will you stop ruining other bits of your paint job by messing up?
I was gonna ask, what's the standard accepted connector of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but then I guess it's probably the serial port.
Serial or parallel?
Serial.
The parallel.
I had to deal with somebody the other day who was insisting they needed a serial to DVI adapter.
Well,
I'm taking extortionately large amounts of enjoyment in that when I shouldn't be, but
It gets better.
does it?
So
Please.
the
Go ahead.
obvious assumption on that one would be, oh, they need a VGA to DVI adapter, and
Yep.
they've confused the VGA and the serial.
And then yeah.
That's the sane possibility there.
Okay, please continue.
No, they had some piece of machinery that was using RS-232 that they wanted to connect to their computer via the graphics card.
Ah,
And I said, this does not compute.
I mean, honestly, fair play for figuring that out.
It did take a while.
Is that what most of your day is spent doing at work?
No, that's a good day.
That's an interesting day, at least. The day where weird things happen.
Yep. Right, the fuselage is washed.
You have to get it dirty again?
No, now I think I'm going to do some varnishing. Although I do need to do these base rims. How's the space elf?
Coming along. I mean, as usual with me, I'm changing my plans constantly and not necessarily creating anything that's consistent, but I will say this is being good practice for some techniques that I've been meaning, not technique, that oversells it far too hard. This has been some good practice for me for trying to get some, like, having a go at proper highlighting.
Oh, yep.
So, yeah, I'm starting to pick out the blues as well, but. And getting that confidence that, like, when you put it down, it looks wrong to begin with. You know what I mean? Because it hasn't dried yet, so it like all the shading is a bit off. It looks all a bit extreme, but once you give it a bit of time and almost a bit of distance, it all sorts of kind of comes together. Because in reality, the paint job on his skirt is not anything impressive, but
Oh, that looks pretty good.
back it off a little bit, and then suddenly you're not looking too bad.
I just realised I haven't washed the tyre treads on these guys yet.
Yeah, just working through. One of the things I'm enjoying at the moment, particularly, is starting with a color, putting some white or some black next to it, or something similar at least, and then just slowly mixing it in. while going to the back to the model and doing like smaller and smaller passes.
Some wet blending.
No, because it's not wet. I've tried wet blending. It's not gone well, typically. We were trying that the other night on a non-normal painting night. And yeah, did not go well.
Oh, any kind of blending can be a real pain.
I think this is just plain old layering.
Worst I've had was with my Ogren model. I think I might have talked to you about it before, where I wanted to do some real good blends for the skin tones. But on the initial couple of steps, I left way too much of the darker section.
Yeah.
So it came out looking very... didn't quite look right. It looked kind of cartoony. Because like the recesses were very, very dark and very, very large. But putting like a darker skin wash over it all helps tie it all together in the end.
Sounds familiar. I have this dude who is, yeah, just like progress was good until I hit the skin tone. And then, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's why when I'm doing a guy like that with a lot of skin, I try to do the skin first because I know that it's going to be a real...
Well, these days I've got an airbrush, and large scale skin tone like this is not a problem. It's just a case of getting the colors right. Because I can do like smooth transition, smooth fades.
Yeah, Richard B. Riddick here.
Oh, boys, I gotta have run off. Thanks for the company while I was voxel enhancing. Enjoy the rest of your painting.
Let's see.
Have
you a good one. Hope you got it done.
Yep. See you guys later.
Where am I at? What was I doing?
Always a mystery, Mr. Capac. Always a mystery.
Need to wash the little guy's tank treads.
Hey, Dragon. Not only is that some horribly dry white paint, but where has my music gone? How dare. Sitting in silence, unacceptable.
It's funny you should say that.
One wonders if Capac is to blame.
I know. Once just started up again.
Weird. Strange that.
Been having issues with Steam just stopping playing, and I think it's because when you set it on shuffle, it generates a shuffle order and then doesn't repeat.
Yep.
So once it decides it's got to the end of the list, it stops. Alrighty. I think I might call it there for today.
Fair enough, Mr. Capac.
I've made some pretty good progress on the old army. I've got 4 miniature bomb tanks that are almost complete. A squad of basilisks are all in their regimental colours. Just need a bit more detailing.
Let's have a look. Oh, what has Mr. Capac got for us? Quite the force.
And these basilisks go quite well with these bombers once they're complete. Got all their
They do
armor
indeed.
colour done. They'll just be into detailing.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, these guys are actually the Pathfinder variant that has like sensor domes and things. To give my artillery some targets.
No, I approve. Looks good.
Alrighty.
That's a mean little tank brigade. The basilisks ready to rain down good news? Question mark.
Yep, park them right on the back line and have the aeroplanes feed them some spotting information. It's like a real war.
Oh yeah, Mum.
Only of tiny bits of plastic.
The most preferable war. Let's call it that.
Your elf is looking pretty sweet. What's he got? A chainsword?
He is a very confused individual. So let me just grab his little backpack off of here. So let's talk about the levels of confusion. We have the chainsword from a striking scorpion,
I thought it looked familiar.
the gun from a dark reaper, the headpiece from a swooping hawk, and
Oh,
a warp spider's backplate.
Yep. Ah,
Also, check that cloak.
that's looking pretty nice. That's got a real Aurora Borealis look to it.
I figured it would go quite nicely with the, like, as a contrast to the rest of the colors. It would be like he's kind of the mix of all of the aspects, and so he's got himself a bit of a color shifting pearlescent cloak.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good.
He's looking pretty good, isn't he? He's not looking too bad.
Yeah, this striking scorpion that I just put together, I'm gonna. Well, my plan is I'm gonna do him in the same paint scheme as my other striking scorpions, but I'm gonna do him like half the same color as the terrain, like he's doing like camouflage.
Nice. Yeah, I like that.
But I remembered.
Go ahead.
The way that I did the other one's bases is I sanded them down flat and then I sawed some grooves into them to make it like a wraith bony kind of terrain. Yeah, it's not going to show up real well on the camera.
Oh, I see it.
So I got to fix his base up before I can prime him. But yeah, it's been a good time as always. Let's do a raid.
Also, I feel like it's important to let you know. You see this blue here that I think is looking pretty fantastic, actually.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what blue that is?
I couldn't possibly say.
Couldn't possibly guess what blue I might have used.
Is it a dark blue?
It could be a dark blue.
Ooh, fancy.
Ba 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 ba. He's abandoned his choice of the dark blue, and I'm going to use it for myself, and it's going to look fantastic. So suck it.
Yeah, it's looking good so far.
He's looking pretty good. I'm quite pleased with him, actually. I haven't painted a little mini for a while, and yeah. Well, Mr. Capac, it has been a pleasure, sir.
It has indeed.
You are indeed a funky duck, and I will see you for
Or
Sunday,
wrong
I
way.
guess. Well, Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Monday for you.
Yeah, and I'll do a test on the old Helldivers, and maybe we can do that
Yeah.
next Tuesday.
I would love to do that, and also don't forget next Wednesday. Have you seen my
yes.
dude?
Yes, I'll attempt to source a free Space Marine
Here he is. He's headless, but
Oh, yeah. Yep, hammers come up pretty well.
not bad, right? I nicked that out of a Death Watch kit on the second attempt. First attempt was a stupid small one, so I have thunder hammers aplenty. This was the original. Look at it, kind of, not so much.
Well, you could give him some spare hammers in case he loses the first one.
Problem is it was old 28 mil scale, and then I had a 32 mil scale model, and it just looked fucking stupid.
Well, see, if he's got one of the smaller ones hanging off his belt as a backup, it's not going to be as obvious that it's out of scale.
Look at that. My first pinned model.
Ah, Trixie.
And what's it pinned with? $24 gold bass guitar strings.
Seems excessive.
Offcuts from.
Alrighty, well, I will catch you next time. I should probably
Later,
end my
Capac.
stream since I've done a raid and everything.
Yeah, it's normally how you do it, yeah.